Good evening and welcome. I am calling to order the January 19th, 2022 regular meeting. Michelle, will you take roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Council Member Kohler.
I'm here.
Council Member Ackerman.
I'm here.
Council Member Goddard.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Present.
Mayor Hellman.
I am here.
All present. Thank you.
Okay. Would one of my colleagues like to make a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Goddard and, okay, motion Goddard, second Cutrano. Michelle, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Council Member Ackerman.
Yes.
Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
And Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
As far as the report out on closed session, there's nothing to report, no findings. And the land acknowledgement, I'll go ahead and read this evening. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Our meeting protocol: the mayor shall maintain order at tonight's meeting. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of the council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which, if any, items will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. Announcements. My colleagues have any announcements before I proceed with the vacancies and boards? Okay. I had one announcement. They're related to COVID testing. We have COVID testing at Fairfax Market every Friday from 10 to 4 through the rest of the month, and all through February are the dates that I'm aware of. There's also COVID testing happening at Marin Alliance, which I believe is 10 to 4 as well, Monday through Saturday. And you can go to their website if you'd like to get more information on that. As far as vacancies on boards and commissions, applications are available on the town website or by contacting our town clerk, Michelle Gardner. Her email is also on the website. On the Planning Commission, we have one vacancy. We have a new committee, the Community Emergency Preparedness Committee, and seats are available for community members, CERTs, NRG members, as well as Firewise members. The Climate Action Committee has up to 4 vacancies. Park and Rec has 1 vacancy. The Volunteer Board has 1 vacancy, and the Open Space Committee has 1 vacancy. Our beloved Fairfax Food Pantry is open every Saturday, 8 to 10 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church, which is at 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And to receive town agendas, newsletters, and updates by email, visit our website, the townoffairfax.org, to subscribe. Moving to the open time for public expression. This is the time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes, subject to the mayor's discretion. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized item unless it can be demonstrated to be an emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on items not on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand now if you're in the Zoom, or press *9 if you're calling in on the phone.
Madam Mayor, this is the town clerk. Would you like me to call on the speakers?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. The first speaker is Josephine Buenagle, followed by Jody Timms. And Josa, you are unmuted now.
Hi, good evening, council and mayor and town. This is Joseph Buenagle. I'm a Fairfax resident and I live on Wood Lane. And I'm here tonight as the rep for the Marin Council on Aging. Quick couple of updates for you tonight. First, I want to remind everyone of a really valuable phone number that we can all access to if we need to find out about services, support, information on matters related to older adults. So I'll give the number in just a minute. The phone number itself is a warm line. So not 24 hours a day, it's staffed Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 by social workers. You may get an answer or you may need to leave a message. The phone number is 415-473-INFO or 4636. So that's 473-INFO. And I just want to remind everyone about it. It's a great resource. You can call, ask questions about all kinds of services for older adults, issues, services, programs. So if you're caring for an older adult, if you are an older adult and you have questions, just want to remind everyone about that. If you're more of an online person and you like looking up information online, the Marin Health and Human Services has a great website. It's probably impossible for me to actually read off the full address right here. So if you like to Google, try to look up www.marinhhs.org and you can find information there. Some of the categories they have, categories of care, health, education, legal, emergency, food, housing, money, transit. So really anything that you are seeking as far as information about older adults, there's information that is there. Also, just wanted to put it out there again for the community. If you're a Fairfax resident and you have a matter related to older adults that you'd like to contact me about, you're able to send a message to the town and they'll be able to relay that to me in my role as the contact for the Commission on Aging. I'd be happy to hear your matter and see what, see what's the appropriate response. That is it for my update tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine.
The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Dirk. And Jody, you're unmuted now. Thank you. Sorry.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Hellman. Nice to see everybody tonight. I just wanted to give you a quick update on age-friendly activities. That's my first hat. We have the forum is next week on the 26th, getting smarter about getting older. This one's going to be a general conversation that we're going to have among ourselves or the attendees on strategies and ideas that we are using to get a little wiser and smarter as we age. So that, as well as the age-friendly task force meeting, which is also late next week. If you're curious about age-friendly and want to come, please check out the website, the town's website for links, etc. So I want to just switch hats quickly and put on my climate action hat tonight and mention a couple of things. 70% of adults say that they're willing to take action about climate, but 51% say they really don't know where to start. We have a climate action plan in this town that's very aggressive and very exciting. There's lots of great strategies and things that we're working on. We are always looking for new members. As Stephanie said, there's up to 4 openings. I want to give a shout out to Joanne, who is stepping down. Thank you so much for all your service with us. But if you're interested in what we're up to, please come to one of our meetings. I also want to mention to people, if you haven't heard about the movie Don't Look Up, It's a Netflix special, and it's the second most watched film ever. And it will give you some food for thought about the situation we're in as an allegory for climate change. So check that out if you're inclined. On the matter of transportation, I just want to say, because I chair that subcommittee briefly, that there's quite a movement, both locally, nationally, and of course internationally, to electrify everything. So our transportation and our housing, our buildings, together they're at least 70 to 80% of the emissions that we create. So in terms of zero electric vehicles, in Fairfax, there are 373 people driving cars, or at least that many cars. As of a few months ago, that's 5.3% of the population in Fairfax is driving ZEVs. Our goal is to get to 100%. Imagine that by 2030. That's a big goal. But if you're thinking about, if you need a car and you're thinking about having to replace one in the next year or two, we really want to encourage you to check out the EV 101 and EV 102 classes with Drive Clean Bay Area to learn more about what's going on around cars. GM, for instance, expects to have 20 new EV models by 2023. So there's going to be hopefully a lot more choices, and people really should check things out and get yourself ready to make that transition, at least around the transportation front. So thank you very much. And again, I want to encourage community members to come to our meetings and see what we're up to and potentially work with us. We'd love to have you.
Mayor Hellman, may I ask a quick question of Jody and the Climate Action Committee?
Is it something that needs to happen right now, or can you talk to her after the meeting?
I just wanted to add, Jody, if there's any chance in those calculations of those folks who are transporting themselves electrically, if there's data about e-bikes, I think it will add to our percentages of folks that are transporting themselves electrically. So if that data exists, I would love to hear it next time. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Moving on to Dirk.
Oh, okay. Dirk, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Dirk Oikas, and I'd like to draw your attention to the children of Fairfax. We've run a gymnastics program in town for the last 7 years, and we've been providing educational classes, summer camps, events, festivals, and as of today, and we've been running it from the pavilion. And the pavilion, as you know, is slated for renovation, and that's where we run our program from. And we need, if you want to stay in Fairfax, we need to continue running our program, and which is difficult because there's very few places where you could run a gymnastics program in Fairfax. So to continue operating in Fairfax, we're asking for everybody's help to help us find a solution for this problem. We need a facility where we can operate out of. Today we looked at Rocco's building that's being vacated in February, and it's a possibility, and we're looking at every possibility in and around Fairfax. And so, because gymnastics is not a seasonal thing. It goes daily classes year around, and we couldn't afford to wait like a year for the renovation of the pavilion to be finished. You know, it's, we just need to continue somewhere, and we'd love to stay in Fairfax because this is where our community is. We've served hundreds and hundreds of families, and it wouldn't make sense for our customers here to travel to San Rafael or even further for classes. We also serve people in West Marin, and it's just, it would be very good if we could stay here. Now, looking at our at the situation in Fairfax, there's multiple programs disappearing. There's Rocco's, there's we may have to leave, and even the skate park may have to make room for construction traffic for the pavilion. So there are multiple programs disappearing, and I would like to see that, that we could organize more programs for children in Fairfax, because when people would drop off their kids in class, they would go shop in town, and it would draw business to the town. Good for the children, it's good for the town. If we can make this all happen together, that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Aiden Mann, and you're unmuted now.
Aiden, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can I have 5 minutes possibly, because I'm representing an organization?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, is the timer fixed?
You want to name the organization that you're representing?
Yes, I'm representing the Water Conservation Club from Archie Williams High School.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so I am representing the Water Conservation Club at Archie Williams High School. I am a student there. And what we are trying to do is, even though we are based, the school is based in San Anselmo, we're trying to make an impact in Fairfax specifically. So we're doing this through two different ways. We're doing volunteering, where we're physically making a hands-on impact through giving out materials and information to basically have people be educated about the drought and other environmental issues. We're also doing a podcast where we interview professionals, including Fairfax's own Mayor Hellman. That was a great interview. But basically what we are trying to do with that is we are trying to spread awareness of water conservation and other environmental efforts. And here's the thing is, currently the school is providing absolutely no funding for this. And we are just running off of our members' own money, and it's running dry. And we really want to make a sizable impact in this community and other surrounding communities. And currently, we just can't reach that. We are trying to build a legacy of driven teenagers that are committed to helping with environmental efforts, including water conservation, fires, and other things. And we currently cannot do that with what we have. So what we ask is $1,000 to help promote our material, to help us get better funding so we can give out more, so we can give more information and therefore make a greater impact. And where it stands, we can't do that. So if we were to get that $1,000, I believe, could make an incredible impact of lasting length for the town of Fairfax and surrounding communities. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Aiden.
The next speaker is user Peter Anderson, followed by Paul Mann. And Mr. Anderson, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Look, I want to speak about climate change. That should make Jody happy. Our lakes are topped off. The hills are emerald green again, and daffodils are blooming. Time to replant the lawn. Time to complain to MMWD about their tyrannical water restrictions. Time to dream about that lap pool. John Steinbeck reminds us that it never failed that during the dry years, the people forgot about the rich years, and during wet years, they lost all memory of the dry years. It was always that way. Is this a wet year or a dry year? With climate change, all bets are off. Paleoclimatologists tell us that the western region of the US has been in some state of drought since 2000, the longest stretch of dryness in the past 1,200 years, according to one report, 3,000 years, in what many are calling a mega drought. Average global temperatures are on track to rise by nearly 2.5 degrees Celsius. By this century, most models presume that temperatures will surpass that limit. Extreme drought, it tests our assumptions about a predictable climate future. And now that the well is running dry, we must recognize the worth of water. What can we do collectively that will make a positive difference as we respond to a drier, hotter Earth? Various communities around the world are leading the effort towards implementing rainwater catchment. In Bermuda, every residence is required by law to have and maintain a cistern capable of storing enough rainwater to sustain a family of 4 for a year. The states of New South Wales and Victoria in Australia require all new construction to be plumbed for rainwater catchment and grey water recycling. As of 2017, 26% of the homes in Australia capture rainwater. In rural Australia, rainwater provides 63% of residential water requirements. Here's my vision. If 7,000 homes in Fairfax, San Anselmo, Ross, and Kent Woodlands each collect 1,000 gallons of rainwater in their barrels or cisterns for their favorite shade tree or fruit tree, that would leave 7 million gallons in our lakes, more than 21 acre-feet for drinking and bathing and fire prevention. In the US, Tucson, Arizona, its water utility offers generous rebates to its customers to subsidize the installation of rainwater catchment and gray water systems. Data confirms that residential rainwater harvesting has reduced the city's overall potable water demands. Additionally, Tucson is the first city in the US to say that all new commercial properties must be designed to use rainwater. In these times of extreme drought and climate crisis, we must turn to new solutions modeled by cities across the world. I look forward to Fairfax being one of those cities, even if it is a tiny village. I hope you will listen to Paul Mann speak to this issue. He is an expert on designing and installing rainwater catchment, and he's a local citizen. He's right here in Fairfax. So I hope he will speak later this evening to this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. In fact, he is up next, I see. Paul?
Hi, Paul, you're unmuted now.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks for having me. So yeah, I mean, as Peter said, we definitely have a real issue here in Fairfax with the concern around drought. And as I see it, we have about a 2-year supply of water in our reservoirs, and we need about 4 years in order to be truly sustainable against climate change. What's really crazy is that here in Fairfax, about 80% of the potable water is being used to irrigate landscapes, to flush toilets, and to do laundry. I mean, if you think about that, we're using drinking water to flush toilets during droughts. I'm here to share that we actually really have a solution. We already have enough water, more water than we need right here in Fairfax and throughout Marin. And it's just a matter of putting in place infrastructure that's going to capture and reuse water in a more sensible manner. We know it's not going to be as challenging as doing an intertie or desalinization or trying to expand our reservoirs. It's in everyone's homes. So we only have to take a page out of Australia's playbook, like Peter said. They went through a millennial drought and between 2000 and 2009. During that time, they were able to actually reduce their potable water consumption by 50% and exit the drought with an abundance of water. So how'd they do that? Well, they did a lot, but speaking to just a portion, as Peter said, their towns, their cities, their states came together. They enacted programs, the ordinances, rebates, incentives. Basically, they made it cost effective for a large population of residents to install systems to capture, reuse, and conserve potable water, rainwater, gray water, and recycled water. And these systems work. My own personal story is that my gray water and rainwater capture systems that I installed last year on my property have reduced our potable water usage by 62% since we installed them. And we're on target to get to 75% or greater before the summer comes. So can you imagine if everyone in Fairfax did that? We do this every day. My company, Water Champions, installs these systems and they're working. We're seeing results. So I'm coming to this council today. I'd really like us to reimagine Fairfax as the little town that could, the little town that could. Let's encourage the creation of a plan to make these systems affordable for all Fairfax residents. That is going to make true water resilience and sustainability possible here in Fairfax. It's going to inspire other communities in Marin and beyond to do the same. And it is the long-term solution for sustainability. So thank you. And I look forward to being a resource, working with you, whatever you need. I'd love to help.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
No, Madam Mayor, I don't see any other speakers. If you want to close, oh, Mark Bell just raised his hand. Okay, Mark, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. A couple things I want to bring up that have been ongoing. First of all, going back to the general plan where somehow or other the words small town and character are now profanities in the town of Fairfax. I did a Google search and I looked for towns with a similar demographic. I came across one and it says objective 1.5, require development to reflect town's historical quality and nature. The town shall require that all development reflects the historical quality and nature of the town. The goal of this review is to promote, identify, and preserve properties of special, notable, aesthetic, or architectural character or historical interest or value, which represent or reflect elements of the town's cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. This is from what they have as a general plan where they are. Throughout the document, it continues to go on and on about the historic character of the town. So I guess obviously they don't seem to think that the word character, and I think there's even town or small town listed there in what they have for a general plan, doesn't seem to bother them. So maybe somebody from here needs to go there and let them know the town is Eatonville, Florida. And their demographic is like ours. It's 90%, except that it's 90% Black. The second thing that I want to get to is going back to, as usual, the land acknowledgement. Now, as you continue to do this land acknowledgement, I leaned into it this time. I really leaned into it. And, it says, we honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. So, are we going to have a zombie apocalypse? Are they going to be people, the ancestors will be coming back? I'm not clear on that. And I know you all, or most of you, feel so strongly about how this land was stolen by the people who were here because they have European roots to a large degree, even though we know it was the Spanish and the Mexicans. Have any of you ceded your property to the Miwok? And if you haven't, isn't that performative in walk speak? Oh, and one more thing. I heard that Renee is going to be paying back the town for the $65,000 or so spent on the Cascade restriping. Thank you so much, Renee. It's really good that you're coming up because the entire project was illegal and you're the one who kicked it off. Thank you.
See if there's any more speakers.
I do not see any more, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action vote. Alternatively, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council member or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent calendar items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. Before we go to public comment, does the council have any questions for staff on any of the items on consent? I didn't see whose hand went up first, so I'll just go alphabetically. Councilmember Kohler.
Hi, I would like to pull item 10 for discussion. And I have comments on item 5, 6, and 7 that I can wait till after public comment. But if we do pull item 10, because staff is here, I would suggest we do it after the consent calendar before we do the public hearing. Thank you. And then I'll bring up those 3
You
small.
want to do, I'm sorry, your recommendation is to pull 10 and sequence it where?
Right after the consent calendar.
Oh, okay.
Staff is here, if that's all right. And then I'll just mention my 3 potential changes that I've already raised to staff on 5, 6, and 7 after public comment, if that pleases you, Mayor.
I'm fine with that. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple of things, one correction to the minutes, but I can also hold that. I did have a question about consent item number 5, which if it's okay, I could ask right now.
Please.
Okay. So this has to do with the adopting a resolution for professional services with a firm for the pavilion project.
And we got a supplement, did we not? Did you
For
see
this
that?
one?
For
That is
number,
correct, Mayor. We have a
number
supplement.
5, Renee, there's a
We have the
supplement.
letter, yes, yes.
Okay,
And
okay.
that doesn't really change my question, but thank you
Okay.
for reminding me. So I'm just looking at the estimated budget was 161,000. It's being recommended that we authorize 60 at this point. But I'm curious to know what that does to the scope of the project that's being billed for, not billed for, but being proposed at 161. So that leaves $100,000 in the balance. And if this is a discussion, I'm happy to request we pull it, but I thought perhaps staff could answer that as to why we're being asked to allocate 60 when the cost being proposed is 161. I just want to understand that before approving the 60.
Is Interim Public Works Director Jonathan Goldman on the Zoom?
Jonathan is, why don't we have him?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thanks. Good question. My intent in drafting the staff report for consent was to avoid asking for a supplemental appropriation. The fact is that I think with the budget that staff is asking be authorized is adequate to get the archaeologists started on under what is described under the programmatic agreement as the start of phase 2 of the archaeological treatment plant associated with the ground disturbance that we anticipate at this initial phase of pavilion work. I hopefully in the staff report indicated that a subsequent request to council subject to the budget process would come back and amend the contract again to increase the budget, assuming that that's necessary.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Just a quick follow-up is, so we know that we have allocated or established an $80,000 cap at this point on all of our outside services related to the program. I'm wondering, so when you say we would bring it back at budgeting to either amend the contract or reconsider this, are you probably proposing that that number would also increase? It seems to me that there are additional costs.
Yes, and part of the to kind of sweeten that pot, so to speak, the archaeology associated with this project is reimbursable under the FEMA grant that is associated with the project. The objective of the archaeology is to gather information about the indigenous, the generations likely of indigenous people who occupied portions of the site at the pavilion building. So again, it was the intent wasn't to short fund the archaeology. The intent was to expedite the approval process, knowing that as we go into the budget for next fiscal year, we have an opportunity to appropriate additional funds.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Mayor, I did have one question that I neglected to ask. So may I ask that now?
You may.
So Interim Public Works Director Goldman, I know I asked this before, but I'm not sure that I saw an answer. What is the time limit on spending the grant funds? I do recall Garrett Toy, before he left, mentioning that we thought we had an indefinite amount of time and we were being told we need to spend the money very soon. So do you have an estimate on that, or am I remembering something incorrectly?
The short answer is yes. It's not really an estimate. It's based on information that I've received from another consultant that has been involved in the pavilion project for several years. My understanding from him is that the initial phase of work, phase one, which involved all the design, the development of the programmatic agreement, etc., has been completed. So the design, as far as FEMA and the other federal agencies involved, is complete. The expectation from FEMA is that construction will be completed by May of 2023. So that's one of the reasons that I have been trying to emphasize getting bid documents prepared, getting the archaeologist under contract, getting an agreement with Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria for the tribal monitoring and concurrence or compliance with the archaeologic treatment plan, for example. That's why I've been emphasizing and why these items are on consent this evening. The objective from my perspective, and I think the town's objective should be to deliver what FEMA agreed to fund before FEMA expects it to be done, or at the time that it expects to be done, for the budget that FEMA has already authorized. So that's why these items are on the agenda this evening.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Any more questions? Okay. Can we move on to public comment for items on the consent?
Yes, if any member of the public would like to comment on any of the consent items, please raise your hand now, or if you're calling in by phone, press *9. I see one hand raised, and that is Mark Bell. You're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. I also would like to see number 10 pulled. I don't know if anyone there has had any experience with VoIP. I had a pretty bad experience with it, and I don't see it as a particularly secure, safe, reliable service, and I think something else should be looked at. So I would like to hear more on number 10 as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers for items on consent? I don't see any. Madam Mayor, if you want to close the public comment.
Okay, I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the council for any comments. And then I will entertain a motion. Barbara, back to you on your comments.
Yeah, so one question that I had that I didn't receive an answer on, so I'm just wondering if we just need to deal with it now, is adding up all three of these costs for 5, 6, and 7 adds up to $82,000, and each of the different consent items talks about a total of $80,000. And I'm not sure if we need to authorize another $2,000 or not. So that's one thought that perhaps Adam can weigh in on, or Mike Vivrat, if we need to do a quick authorization as part of that. And then on item 6, Great Rancheria, the resolution states in the second whereas that there is an attached agreement, and there is no attached agreement. And the town attorney got back to me and said that she had pulled the agreement to work on it more. And she suggested a change to that whereas that would say something like, to say the agreement as approved by the town attorney. So we might want to wordsmith that quickly. And then on item 7, the title of the bid document talks about bid document consulting, yet it's really talking about in the staff report advice on constructability and bid document preparation. So it might be better for us to change the title of that resolution from bid document consulting to advice on constructability and bid document preparation. Those are my 3 items. Thank you.
I feel like we need to discuss the comment you had on number 6 in particular.
I think perhaps the town attorney could just.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas for us, I'd asked it beforehand, but I didn't get the language specifically beforehand. I'd asked all these questions beforehand.
Okay, hi, this is Janet. Let me see if I can pull that up. That's number 6. And
if you need a minute, Janet, we can go on to other comments from the council and circle back.
no, I think you can change that whereas to say the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria are a signatory to the PA and have proposed an agreement under review by the town attorney's office. And if you'd like to say under review by the town attorney's office and to be approved by the town attorney's office. You can say that. Does that take care of the issue for that agreement?
It does to me. I would ask the mayor if she's good with that.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Janet.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to second those corrections made by Councilmember Kohler and also extend my gratitude to Interim Public Works Director Goldman for being so attentive to a lot of my questions prior to this meeting about those 3 items and these attachments, especially the supplement to item 5. And I just wanted to reiterate that I hope moving forward that we continue to include all of the sort of contractual amendments as attachments just to provide the public that are now just coming to a council meeting maybe for the first time, or myself as a new elected with some of that background information. It was really helpful to get that, and it's really helpful to have the responsiveness from both you and from Janet today. So thank you for your hard work on all this, moving these along.
Is there something we could do to have a pavilion page created on the website that would
We do
start?
have that.
One.
We
Okay,
do
well,
have one. So
maybe-
I was just going to suggest that we add all of these documents there, which I'm sure was probably in the plan.
Great.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick correction on the minutes. Page number 4 in the staff report, it's from the November 3rd, 2021 meeting, where it says Sid Jamat. The spelling is is off and almost not recognizable. So Jamot is Jamotte. It's
I
just-
already pointed that out to the town clerk and she made that correction.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Anything else? Nope. Okay. Councilmember Ackerman? Nada? Okay.
Are we making an amendment?
Yeah, who's brave enough to, Barbara, who's gonna make a motion to approve the consent?
Excuse me, this is Janet. Are we making a correction on the budget amount, the financial approval from?
Oh,
80
right, the 8 to 82. Is,
I don't, do we need to do that? I'd asked that question beforehand and I'm not sure, Adam, it's $2,000. Do we need to do some authorization to increase that amount or not?
I think that would be helpful. I don't know if I don't know if Michael is available, but I would recommend that you make that amendment unless Michael would like to weigh in here.
I don't think he's on, but I would make that. So I would make that, and also I request that one change to the title. So Mayor, maybe perhaps one thing we could do is take item 5, 6, and 7 separately on consent, so we could make those changes as we go forward. Does that make sense to you? Or, well, okay, I'll make the motion to approve consent other than item 10. And so with the changes noted in the minutes, as well as for making a total authorization for item 5, 6, and 7 to be $82,000. And with the change noted in item 6 that was discussed by the town attorney and agreed to. And then for the title of agenda item 7 resolution, I would change it to say a resolution of the town council of the town of Fairfax authorizing professional services agreement with SPI Consulting Engineers for constructability and bid document preparation advice associated with the pavilion seismic retrofit project.
okay,
Happy to second.
motion Goddard, second Kohler.
Nope, other way around.
Sorry, motion Kohler, second Goddard. Michelle, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes. And may I just confirm that you are pulling item 10 for discussion to after the consent calendar?
Which is now, yes.
Thank you.
So interim public works director, Jonathan Goldman, may we receive your update on this telecommunications proposal?
Yes, forgive me for not having prepared a presentation or anything. It's really an informational item with, from my perspective, the objective of recommending that the town's telecommunications equipment be taken into account in the budget process for next fiscal year. There's no current appropriation for a change in telecommunications equipment. And in addition, there are some complexities, as the police chief has shared with me, and as I recall, I included in the staff report. But some of the circumstances that I think I shared in the staff report are, for example, that the telecommunication system that we currently have is a central exchange system, an AT&T Centrex system, which is a relatively old system. And for example, the desk telephones that are available if there's an issue aren't available new anymore. They're only available reconditioned. In my experience, joining the town in an interim capacity beginning last August, the phone that was in that office didn't work when I got there. Town staff was able to acquire a reconditioned telephone, which I'm grateful for, and it lasted for 2 months and then stopped working. I was not able to dial out after, I think it's circumstantial, but wasn't able to dial out after the October 24th atmospheric river event. That particular piece of equipment was no longer under warranty, so we bought another reconditioned desk telephone for that space. So my interest in soliciting advice from Marin IT, who's a contractor who has worked for the town regularly and also worked for the city of Sausalito, where your interim town manager and I worked together for many years. They prepared a proposal and submitted it to us, and I've shared the information that they had. I think it's a good starting point for a conversation about where the town wants to go in the future. And my advice is that going somewhere into the future instead of trying to stick with Centrex is a good idea. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions that come up. I don't really have, again, it's not an action item. I don't have any specific advice beyond what I've offered, but I'm happy to try to help further.
Thank you, Jonathan. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes, I just wanted to ask the question for software subscriptions in the estimated costs in the staff report. Was that an annual subscription, and do we not require any software subscription, or is there any similar line item for the Centrex system?
I don't believe that there is a software subscription for Centrex, and I expect that there would be an annual software subscription cost associated with whatever subsequent telephone system the town were going to acquire. I don't have, the proposal didn't have, and it's probably because they don't know what those future costs might be, but it didn't have a commitment about what the annual costs would be for 10 years going forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, so I think I realize we've got a problem. I realize we have an outdated system. And I came from an agency where, along with many other things, I managed a dispatch system that was very old and antiquated. And it's also very complex. My suggestion is that this is pretty premature. I think there's some issues with the Public Works building that I know Jonathan has really tried to find a way around and be able to use any kind of phone. And I'm not sure what we do with that. And I know there's some movement of some staff to the building that also has the Community Services Center. And I feel like at this time, there are issues with voice over IP, having to have computers nearby. The wiring is very complex, screwy, in particular with police and fire. And I would suggest that we do what we can to accommodate the move of people to that building with just regular phones, and see what we can do to help Jonathan for an interim solution. But convene kind of a small work group of police and fire to really look at this if we want to do something broader. I think the cost will be quite a bit more expensive than the $55,000 on the back page. And so I feel like we need to look at this more comprehensively and do what we can in the short term rather than jump into this, even though I completely respect Jonathan's, past experience. But I think this is really complex. We have a new town manager coming on. And I think we really need to involve the folks that will be impacted by this. And I'm honestly not sure if you could easily do something with the dispatch. And we also dispatch for Ross in College of Marin, and there's some crazy wiring with that. So I'd rather we look at this, and I know this is really just an information item, but I'd rather we look at this and say, what can we do in the interim so we can accommodate the move of some folks and see what we can do with the Public Works building, and then really look at this comprehensively through a small town work group. Doesn't involve council members. It's really folks that understand the complexities of how the different, particularly public safety stuff works. So there's my 2 cents. I had asked some questions beforehand, so I'm not raising those now. Thank you. And we might want to ask.
I have thoughts, but I am waiting to, does anyone else have anything else? So I feel differently, and what I see in the staff report is that they did consult experts for a solution. The current solution is not a solution. It's embarrassing. And we like to say we have a small but mighty staff, but they need to have the resources, and a phone system is the most basic tool you have. And it's honestly embarrassing, the system that we have, and it doesn't make me feel good, and they deserve a better system. So I'm in support of this recommendation. And I'd like to hear from others. I don't know, Barbara, when you say, see what we can do, are you proposing more refurbished equipment, or?
What I'm proposing is for the staff that are moving to the community services center that you just get them some regular phones so they can call out. I think Chief Tabaranza is actually a participant on this call, on this Zoom. I don't think the public safety issues are easy. I agree, it's embarrassing, but to try to make a wholesale change now, Marin IT does not deal with dispatch in particular. And all in the staff report is that there's some complexities with police and fire. And I don't think there's been a real look at. So I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't read that to, and maybe we need some clarification. So are they in scope in these costs?
Well, I asked that question and I didn't hear the answer. I asked it beforehand.
If I may, Mayor
Please.
Hellman, happy to try to help. Marin IT recognizes, because they also provide services to the police department and to the fire department. They recognize that those issues exist, but I think that I absolutely agree that their proposal is kind of a first pass at this. And after talking in some detail with Chief Tabaranza about it, and not having talked to our Ross Valley Fire Chief, who is also Marin County's Fire Chief, I think there's the need for a much more comprehensive look at this issue. And I think in the short term, it's possible to accommodate moving staff between buildings and do so with the Centrex system or some kind of system that will allow people to have reliable telephone and data at their workstations. But in the long run, the town needs to move away from Centrex. That's my advice. And so the idea behind this staff report and bringing this information to the council is to let you all know that there is an issue here that is only going to get worse if some kind of transition doesn't happen.
Vice Mayor Catrano. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to reflect briefly that in listening to my colleagues here and to Interim Public Works Director Goldman, I don't see that there's necessarily a conflict in terms of what we're all envisioning. I think we're all envisioning the highest level of sort of service that we can make sure our staff have. I know Town Manager Pulitzer likes to use baseball references, and I think like right now we're rebuilding the team in a lot of ways, and it would be in poor taste to invite new people onto the team and then give them hand-me-down baseball bats and things like that, but or old mitts. But yeah, I think this is just like a high-level conversation right now, and it sounds like the next steps, there have been some challenges identified, and that staff is going to work with all the departments to make sure that when we move forward with something that's updated, it's going to include and address a lot of those concerns. So I appreciate that this is brought forward. I think it's just a high-level informational item, and so I look forward to learning more as staff and all the departments communicate and bring something forward that's more complete. But that's what it seems like where we're at right now to me. Thanks.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes, thank you. I think, Chance, you said it well. Yeah, this is an informational item before us tonight, and the direction that it sounds like we all agree is that this should be investigated further and with an eye toward a good working system at a reasonable cost, and taking into account the complexities of the dispatch and the complexities of the fact that we are expanding from mostly people working in one building to possibly people working in 4 buildings. We now have the Public Works Director in the Public Works building and in the courtyard, and we do already have some staff, and we might have more in the pavilion after it's finished with its work. And we're looking to expand staff into more staff into the community center building. So it's a good time to be looking at telecommunications, and I think it's pretty clear. I trust that these will all be considered. So I'm glad that it's being looked at, and I appreciate Interim Public Works Director Goldman for bringing it to us ahead of time so that we have an eye toward it, so that we know it's coming. So I see no issues with it tonight. Thank you.
So is the action to accept the report or no action necessary?
No action.
Is that right, Michelle?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't know you were asking me. Yes, this is just a report. There is no action.
Okay.
You're just receiving the report. You don't need to do anything.
Okay, terrific. So we're ready to move on to the public hearings. Item number 11. Adopt an urgency ordinance amending section 17.048.010 of the Fairfax Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and determining the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA.
Yes, this is Janet. This is my item. So this is an update to the ADU ordinance. And as you know, with ADUs, it's governed by state law. And so we want to stay in conformance with and compliance with state law. And so these recommended changes bring us into conformance with the changes that have been made to state law. And we need to do that quickly because when we're not in conformance with state law, then our ordinance is not valid. So we need to make sure that we do this quickly and bring this into conformance. My colleague, Ryan, is here to give a presentation on ADU and the changes specifically to this ordinance. So I'll turn it over to Ryan now. I think he has a PowerPoint and can answer any of your questions.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to share my screen here and then let's see that. All right. Are we good?
Yes, we can see.
Awesome. Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the Town Council. I'm Ryan and I'm with BB&K, and I'll be I have a presentation here regarding the urgency ordinance before you. Okay, so zooming out, and for context, within the last number of years, California has adopted quite a bit of legislation that applies statewide that relates to housing. And a subset of this legislation has related to accessory dwelling units, or ADUs as they're commonly known. And so one of the more recent cluster of bills on this topic came out of Sacramento in fall of 2019. And in response to that, I understand the town in January 2020 adopted an ordinance that significantly updated its ADU regulations to comply with the then recent changes in state law. So fast forward a couple years, we have a couple bills that have come out of Sacramento that prompted new revisions to the town's ADU ordinance. And then coupled with those changes are a collection of staff identified refinements and tweaks that are really big picture intended to increase clarity for staff and the general public, and then also ensure further alignment with state law. So the bills that are the most recent bills that I'm going to discuss briefly are AB3182 and AB345. So AB3182 did two things, and the staff report goes into a little more detail than I will right now, but if any questions come up, I'm happy to go into more detail. But the two main takeaways are, the first part is that AB3182 expanded the scenarios where the town needs to allow ADUs and JADUs with only a building permit. And in the town's ADU ordinance, like many other cities' ADU ordinances throughout the state, these are kind of referred to and regulated as the building permit only ADUs. So AB 3182 amended a component of that. AB 3182 also added teeth to the state's 60-day shot clock, if you will. So state law says that local agencies need to approve a complete application within 60 days. But state law was then silent on what happened if that 60-day timeline passed without any action. So AB 3182 added teeth. So now that if the 60-day timeline passes on a complete application and an exception doesn't apply, then by operation of law, the application is deemed approved. AB 345 relates to the separate sale or conveyance of certain ADUs that satisfy very specific conditions. So the general rule in the state has not changed, and that is that ADUs cannot be sold separately from the primary dwelling. AB 345 created an incredibly narrow and specific exception to that rule for ADUs constructed by qualified nonprofits that are then purchased by qualified low-income buyers. That then there's a laundry list of very specific conditions in the government code that have to be met, including that it's deed restricted for a certain number of years for affordability. So this is a very narrow exception that the California legislature referred to as the Habitat for Humanity model that is really specific exception that the ADU ordinance is being updated to flag that the government code section that allows for an exception to this rule. Switch my slide. Okay, so the agenda report has a longer, more comprehensive list here, but from that I pulled a number of amendments that I wanted to run through briefly. So a couple of the definitions are being tweaked slightly to match how the state uses and defines these terms. The AB 3182 edits are also present. And the AB 345 edit that I mentioned is also part of this. There also is a requirement added that JDUs and ADUs comply with all local building and fire code requirements. The ordinance also clarifies that the front yard setback requirement and the stream buffer requirement apply to ADUs constructed with an ADU permit. And then the ordinance also extends the 50% reduced application processing fee to 2032 and clarifies that non-permitted ADUs and JDUs that are legalized under the town's ordinance are not assessed a financial penalty when they go legit, if you will. That is the conclusion of my overview of the ordinance. The recommendation here is provided on the slide following the public hearing. Recommendation is to adopt the urgency ordinance. And because it is an urgency ordinance, it does require at least 4 votes from the town council. And I understand that there was a supplement circulated earlier today with a couple of the tweaks that I mentioned in my staff report. So that is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
Thank you, Ryan. I see Councilmember Kohler has her hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that it may not have been clear from the presentation, but the changes to allow people to legalize units, I asked that we kick it forward another 10 years. It was going to expire in 2017, and also that we add the language about not assessing penalties, which had somehow gotten out of the code. So that wasn't part of state law. That was part of what we had in our code.
Thanks, Barbara. That wasn't really a question, but I accept it.
Well, I'm only bringing it up.
Actually, a couple of us that were inquiring along those same lines. I think a lot of us have great interest in what you just represented. So I appreciate that you pursued that. But I know I did. I believe Chance did. I don't know if there was others, but I think we're all aligned on that amnesty program. And I think the public needs more information about that on our website. And anyway, can we limit this to questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll circle back for discussion?
So I do have a question. It's really a question. On the supplement, page 11, and I believe it was on page 18 of the original staff report, just to help you find it. It's in subsection D of section 6 of section E.
In the ordinance
I'll narrow
itself.
it down, but it says that all JADUs are subject to owner occupancy requirements. A natural person with legal or equitable title to the property must reside on the property in either the primary dwelling or JADU. I'm wondering what would happen if the person were residing in the ADU. Is there a reason why that is not one of the possibilities?
This is so you're in the owner occupancy requirements specific down into I guess that would be, the 6D. That's a reflection of state law, and that state law requires cities and the town to require owner occupancy for JADUs. So that's the town is constrained on when it can require owner occupancy in ADUs. And there's some interesting dates about, if you kind of, I guess, visually scroll up in the ordinance, you can kind of see it's an ADU, and depending on when it was permitted, dictates when the town can impose or require rather an owner occupancy requirement. However, with JADUs, it's state law requires, it doesn't have that same distinction. It's just you have to require owner occupancy.
maybe you're not understanding my question. I'm wondering why the owner occupancy would not be extended. The allowance would not be extended to an owner occupying the ADU on the property.
Well, because if it's a JADU, that's separate from an ADU. So a junior ADU is a separate type. It's kind of its own. If we scroll up into C, I guess that's the fourth one down. It's a defined term that has very specific requirements in that, it's less than 500 square feet inside. It's entirely within the existing or proposed family structure. So yeah, if it's a JADU, then there may be an ADU on site, but there may not be. They could just have a JADU and call it a day.
And I think if I could add to that, this is Janet, I think I could add to that, that's just the way the state law is written. And so they probably didn't think about adding in, and if there's an ADU on the property, the owner could also live in the ADU. So we're just mimicking state law here. When we're not, we're trying to.
That answers my question. I do know what a JADU is. We were one of the first towns really to embrace that option. So yeah.
Right.
Okay,
But
thank you.
remember also, I just want to add, remember also that this has to go to HCD for approval after it gets adopted. And if there's anything that is not to HCD's liking, they can kick it back because the entire ordinance will be invalid. So we are trying very carefully to make sure we get an approved ordinance from HCD.
And so the sequence of events might be that if we were to adopt this urgency ordinance tonight, then it would be run by HCD. And if they approved it, then we would follow by coming up with a non-urgency, a permanent ordinance that did the same thing. Is that?
That is what I'm recommending. You don't have to follow it with a permanent one because this one would be permanent. It's just adopted via urgency. Yes, it does have to go to HCD. Yes, they do have to approve it. And I will say that one of the reasons why we use the format we do is because when we first started with ADU law coming out of Sacramento, we got a format approved by HCD, sort of a model ordinance type thing, pre-approved. And so we know that they like the format we use. And so we find that to be beneficial, and they're not looking at something they haven't seen before.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Goddard.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Ryan. That was super clear. And it was one of my biggest questions was you answered by explaining AB345. Appreciate that. I have just some questions. Unfortunately, it was really hard to be organized with this original document. And I wish I could pull up my supplement because that was very well organized by page. But let's see if I can find myself and help you all find where I am. So it has to do with the area where we're talking about connections, separate connections from single family houses. So this is on the page that has to do with setbacks. G is fees. It's the second to last. Oh, I know a good way. It's the second to last page before. It's the second to last page of the ordinance.
Okay.
Could you
I'm with you. Yeah.
Could you take a shot at explaining some of this? It got incredibly complex in terms of, let's look at 2A with utility fees, because I know this is a really big deal and I really tried to understand it. If it's constructed with a new single family home, a separate utility connection between the ADU or JDU and the utility, and I'm not even going to go into it, but could you help sort that out for me?
Sure. Yeah. No, this is, it really is like a decision tree, and the state statute, government code 65852.2 is really not a model for clarity. And there is all, well, those are discussions for another day, but this is basically you kind of got to work down it. So if you're constructing your ADU or JDU with a new home, then a connection between the ADU or JDU and the utility and the normal connection fee is required. So then subpart B is saying that except if you're, so the converted ADUs and JDUs on a lot, those are a subset of the building permit only ADUs. So those are your conversions in a, a garage or a conversion of an accessory structure on a single family lot. Subpart B is saying that unless you're doing one of those with the construction of a new single family home, then those conversions, if you're just converting your garage without anything else, those are not required to have a new connection. So this is essentially an exception. It's saying that, you're not, unless you're building one of those conversions with a new house, you don't have to have the connection, and you don't have to pay a capacity fee or connection charge. And then subpart C is saying that except for the exception above, all ADUs and JDUs require the new connection, and it reflects the statutory limits on how those connection fees are charged and required. So it is basically, you kind of have to just work your way down it on like, where am I at? What am I building? What else am I building? And then you kind of got to work your way down depending on what box you fall in with the various avenues, if you will, under the ADU ordinance and what permit you're getting and where that falls.
Okay. So just if you're talking about a JDU though, how is it that would be a separate utility connection because it's inside the primary residence?
So this is, this does track the statute. I have not, I would probably defer to someone in Public Works that would this is the law, but as far as what, in practice, what that would look like, that is a very fair question.
Thank you. And I appreciate, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, yeah.
This whole section is very, very complicated, but I get that it is a state law. A couple more questions. I'll try to be a little more fair here. So the last page, where it talks about the non-conforming, this is section H, non-conforming ADUs and discretionary approval. Can you just clarify, when you say discretionary approval for the granting of a variance or a CUP, discretionary has always meant in Fairfax that it's going through the Planning Commission in order to issue a CUP. Is that the case, or isn't all of this still being, isn't this ministerial?
It's a great question. So what this is saying is it's kind of a catch-all at the end. So the way this works and state law works is exactly that. If you qualify and you fall under one of the ministerial approval process routes, and you get your building permit and your ADU permit and you meet all the ministerial standards, then you're done and good luck. What this is saying is if you don't meet those standards, right, maybe your ADU is too big or it goes within a required setback area or there's some other, it doesn't meet the ministerial standards. This is saying you could still, you're not out of the woods. You could still come back and apply for an ADU on your property that doesn't qualify for ministerial approval, but you may still be able to get approved through the discretionary planning process. So it's just kind of if you don't qualify for ministerial approval, you have an opportunity to still have your project approved, but you have to go through the town's discretionary approval entitlement process.
Okay, and the HCD is, I thought that HCD was restricting the discretionary opportunity for review.
So they do if you qualify, if you fall into, for example, under building permit only, if you're a D1A converted on a single family lot and you meet all those standards, you are ministerially approved and you get your building permit and you go about your day. And that's what HCD cares about, is that the town is approving ADUs subject to the state's ministerial standards. But if you are not following the state's ministerial standards, then you're outside of the, I guess, the halo, if you will, of the state protections. And then you're subject to discretionary approval for a non-state standard compliant ADU. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that helps. I appreciate it. I'm just looking real quick to see if I have anything outstanding here. Connection. Oh, just last thing. In the criteria for meeting criteria for JDU, it doesn't mention separate entrance. Has that changed? I believed that originally, where is it? I'm so sorry. That originally that was one of the, here we go. Junior accessory dwelling units under attachment B, the first page of attachment B. That is not there.
Let's see here. So
you've got A, B, C, D, and that seems to be missing.
I think A2 talks about exterior access for a JDU, right?
Okay.
I mean, I think it's there, but it's a little hard to follow. That I think it's under D1, A2.
DA12.
I'm sorry. Yeah, D1A2. Big D1.
Oh, yes.
A2. I believe that's where it talks about exterior access.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it exists, if it, needs to be, that it is where it needs to be.
Yeah, it's my understanding that this is addressed here in the in D1A2 and is a requirement that would apply to the ADU and the JADU in that context.
Terrific. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for those, Renee. Okay, any other questions? I'm hearing none. Opening the public hearing. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand on Zoom now or press *9.
Did we ask Brian to take the presentation down so we could see more of our screens?
Yes,
Great.
I will do that right now.
Thank you again, Ryan. That was excellent.
Of course.
Members of the public wishing to speak will have 3 minutes to speak. Let's see. Is there anyone raising their hands? I see
Yes.
Former Mayor Frank Egger.
Madam Mayor, would you be unmuting them or would you like me to unmute them?
Let's see. Go ahead.
Okay.
Egger.
And I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you say you're opening the public hearing?
Yes, I did.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay. So the first speaker is Frank Egger, followed by Jody Timms. And Frank, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, Council. Frank Egger, I'm speaking for Save Fairfax this evening. I'm concerned that 5 decades of environmental protections are being undone and overturned. In the 1960s and 1970s, Fairfax fought to stop the Corte Creek project from concreting Fairfax and San Anselmo creeks. Fairfax was a leader in the county for protecting salmon streams and preventing the channelization of our creeks. Septic tanks in the Cascades, both on Canyon Road and Outer Cascade Drive, were leaching into San Anselmo Creek. Fairfax passed a ban on new septic tanks in 1974. Between 1974 and 2001, no new houses were built with on-site septic tanks. The first one built in 47 years was on Cascade Drive, Outer Cascade Drive, in late 2021. Canyon Road residents taxed themselves to construct a sewer line and connect to the Ross Valley Sanitary District to serve Canyon Road. Cascade Drive residents did not join Canyon Road residents. They did not want to tax themselves at the time to hook up to the sewer system. Fairfax is now approving new homes and ADUs on septic tanks in the Cascades. Fairfax also passed a creek setback law, 20 feet from the top of the bank or twice the depth of the creek bank, whichever was greater. Now Fairfax, under COVID rules and pressure from the state, is throwing out our environmental laws, putting structures on the edge of creek banks. The 4-foot setback requirement for ADUs puts an ADU right at the edge of the creek bank. That will result in retaining walls to protect the ADUs and then result in channelization of Fairfax creeks. The very outcome we worked to prevent in the 1960s and 1970s. Fairfax's ordinance banning new septic tanks is still in effect. It has never been revoked. The creek setback law was adopted to protect our natural creeks and salmon streams. Please revise your ADU law on creek setbacks and septic tanks. Fairfax has at least 300 existing second and third units, many undocumented. They need to be legalized. They could provide a major share of Fairfax's 500 or so new living units. Fairfax currently does not require a water meter or sewer hookup for new detached ADUs up to 1,200 square feet. So I'm really wondering, how can they be split off and sold separately without utility connections? You know, we've really got to watch the state requirements for ADUs very closely. The new ADU code says no appeals will be allowed, and that's in direct violation of Fairfax Town codes. So I just want to bring those to your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jody Timms. And
good evening again. I just wanted to ask a question that perhaps could be addressed. I had understood that garage conversions to ADUs or JDUs is a very quote recent policy on the state level. And I don't have any information on when that was created or passed at the state level, but I'm just wondering if this whole process incorporates those changes that seem to be more specific around garage conversions to ADU and JDUs. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more raised hands. If you want to close the public hearing, Madam Mayor.
Yes, seeing no more speakers, I am closing the public hearing, bringing it back to council for deliberation and action. Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two quick questions of Ryan and possibly Janet. The first, in listening to public comment, just wanted to confirm that the stream setback remains, well, it's 20 feet or the double the depth of the creek, whichever is greater. But that just moved to a different section. That's still in here as it pertains to ADUs, correct? And then the other thing, could you speak to the septic issue? Just is that part of the state law that we are incorporating, or yeah, just wanted to get a little more information on how that came in. Thanks.
To answer your question, yeah, the stream buffer requirement, it is still in the ADU ordinance, and it did move down into the specific requirements, which are the requirements that apply to ADUs approved with an ADU permit. So some ADUs only do a building permit, and that's just because of state law. Others do a building permit and ADU permit. So the ADUs approved with an ADU and building permit are subject to the stream buffer requirement. So that is in there, and it applies to those ADUs. And then on the septic question, could you, I guess, within the ordinance, I mean, it's addressed under E5, and it says, you know, an ADU or JDU that proposes to use an on-site wastewater treatment system must comply with applicable County of Marin environmental health service requirements. So I guess just not wanting to ramble here. Did you have a specific question on that, or
Yeah, it was. I did see. Thank you for that. I did see that there, and I was curious if, it was like insert your, local health and human service agency here, or it like from the state boilerplate language that we're mandated to incorporate or to keep up with, or if that was already part of our own. Like, when did that end up in here, I guess, is what I'm wondering, just based on some of the public comment.
I would have to defer to staff on kind of the history on. I'm not quite sure on how the town previously has addressed septics with these units.
You would have to check and see. I believe that, Ryan, that's not a change that you made this time around. It's one that was in there from 2020. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, this ordinance does not amend anything regarding the septic regulation in E5. It doesn't. That's remaining unchanged. So it's been in place at least since January of 2020, when the prior revamp adopted by the town council.
And we took over in 2020. We took over everything that was existing that we could fit in and still do under the very first state mandated change to ADU law. And so we kept what we had if we could. So that is still something that was in there at least as late as 2020, I think probably prior to that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler.
Just a question regarding what Jody asked. I believe the garage conversions were things that we added several years ago. I don't think it was required by state law, or it may have been several years ago, or maybe not several years ago, but some years ago. And I don't think we added that in 2020. I think that's been in there. Janet, could you speak to that? And then the other piece that I recall is that we can't just prohibit septics. If there is a feasible way to connect to the sewer, then you're supposed to do that. And that's something that we cover in LAFCO as well. If it's feasible, people must connect to the sewer, but if it's not, there are provisions for doing septic. But can you weigh in on the garage issue that Jody raised?
I think what she's talking about is the fact that a lot of cities and towns did not allow garage conversions. Fairfax did, but a lot did not. And so part of the state statutory scheme is to permit those, to allow them. But, Fairfax already did, so we just incorporated that. But the state now says you have to allow garage conversions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, thank you. And real quick, I wanted to call attention to going back again to the second to last page of the ordinance. Number 12, setbacks. A is that, as Mr. Ager stated, that side and rear setbacks must be at least 4 feet, but front setbacks must be at least 10 feet. So these were not all diminished from 10. The front setbacks remain 10 feet. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for the clarification, everyone. Okay. We ready to make a motion?
I'd be happy to make the motion, Mayor, if you're amenable.
Yes, please.
So I would make the motion to waive reading, introduce and adopt by title only the attached urgency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending section 17.048.010 of the Fairfax Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and determining the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA as outlined in the supplement that we received today. Thank you.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Motion Kohler, second Cutrano. Michelle, will you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes, and with thanks to the work that's gone into this.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
That's unanimous. The motion passes.
And I echo the thanks to our BB&K partners. Okay, moving on to item 12, which is continued to February 2, 2022. Item number 13, we're on the regular agenda now, which is housing sites draft inventory discussion and engagement update. And I believe we will be hearing from Mr. Andy Flower with EMC. Hello, good evening. Thanks for being here.
Happy to be here. Thank you. Shall I begin with the presentation?
You shall.
Great. Well, tonight we're going to talk about the housing site inventory discussion, and there'll be a little bit of a repeat for those who may have been following this project, and anybody coming new to this discussion will include a little bit of background so you can catch up and join the discussion. Let me see. Doesn't seem to want to advance. I apologize. Let's see. Oh, and now it's too fast. So our agenda this evening, we'll be talking about the overview for just a little bit, and then we'll have an outreach update. We'll look at our table of potential sites. We're not going to go into each individual site that was included with the attachment to the agenda packet today. And but we do have a couple of sites where we've received some comments, and there may be some slight adjustments before we request approval. And we're just going to touch on accessory dwelling units and SB9 just briefly. So this evening, staff requests that the town take the following action related to the draft sites inventory list, which was attachment B to our agenda packet. We would like for town council to accept the draft sites inventory list for further feasibility analysis, to give direction if any sites must be removed from the list, and to give direction if any of the total minimum capacity numbers must be changed. Our overview. What is a housing element? For those in the audience new to the discussion, we'll be talking today about our continued process to create this plan for the housing needed in a community, specifically Fairfax. The town of Fairfax doesn't build the housing, and instead the town of Fairfax creates the programs and policies to plan where new housing should go and how many units could be on potential sites. This is a chapter in the general plan, and it is required by state law to be updated every 8 years. This will be Fairfax's 6th cycle, and the timeline is 2023 through 2031. We'll be talking about numbers next, and it's important to know that these numbers are a target number for homes needed currently and into the future for this next 8-year cycle. We'll sometimes refer to it as RHNA, which stands for Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And this is a number that has been assigned Fairfax by the state. These numbers are grouped according to assumptions of income levels from very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And here we can see the breakout, and this is what our plan will attempt to align with. So there's a total of 490 housing units that are required for our plan to meet as a minimum. There's also a recommended buffer. We can see here also that it's in relation to the 14,380 housing units that are expected to be planned for as capacity within the entire county. So where we are in the process, there will continue to be many opportunities for the public to be involved. And our next steps will be for this list of sites to go through an equity review by Veronica Tam, who has been hired on through the city, or excuse me, through the county collaborative in assisting all jurisdictions within Marin County. We'll also then be talking about policy and affordability, and there will be a scoping meeting for the CEQA steps within the next month. So I wanted to bring your attention to AB 215, which is a new law for review times. So regarding public input, we want to make sure everybody understands that for our first draft that will go for HCD review, and this is the one prior to adoption by council, our initial draft gets reviewed by HCD, and we're hoping for a summer submittal. So prior to us handing it over to HCD for review, it will first go out for public comment for at least 30 days. If any public comments are received, we will take our 10-day required, 10 business day required focus time to consider and incorporate those comments. The state then has 90 days to review the draft and report its written findings. And then when we submit again to HCD for the final review, and we're now even being told that a third review is something to consider, they will then take 60 days for that subsequent draft amendment or adoption review. Outreach updates. So our website, if folks haven't joined yet, please consider trying it out, fairfaxspeaks.com. Our engagement statistics so far show that we've had over 3,000 total site visits and 101 visits since January 6th. We've got a total of 2,224 total site registrations. And with our Fairfax housing tool, which was the balancing act, at our November 20th community workshop, we shared how to use that tool, and that video is available on our website. We received 65 total submittals, with our deadline being December 31st, and that includes 2 that we received in Spanish. We also had 719 page views, including 46 in Spanish. Our housing sites inventory draft, starting off with an explanation of what it is. So this sites inventory list, the purpose is to identify specific sites that are available and reasonable for at least 490 housing opportunities. This language is directly from HCD, and it implies that there is a much deeper analysis and feasibility inquiry that's required with this cycle of housing element update. So rezoning or adopting programs and policies will likely be necessary for many of our sites. Here's a map of the potential sites, and this is also available on our website for anyone who would like to take a closer look and spend some time with it. We also have a more zoomed in approach here that helps everyone to see those colors and numbers in a little more up close. And then we also have breakouts for each and every one of the sites. And we're not going to go through every site, as I mentioned, but I did pull out a few where we have comments and questions. And after the presentation, I'm happy to come back to any of these that that folks might like to have a little more time to discuss. So this is the school site, site 1, the White Hill School site. And there was a question about what kind of development interest demonstration is required by HCD. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not sure why my slides aren't advancing. There we go. So this is directly from the HCD memo. It's important for us to be able to bring forward demonstration that the likelihood of the planned housing would be developed within the current RHNA 8-year cycle. And these are some examples of documentation that could be presented. Staff and I have met with some members of the school district to begin discussion about this. They haven't determined where they stand on it, and they've asked for more information, but they are open to further discussion and being able to convey whether or not this is a site that the community has an interest in seeing developed, and that town council may have an interest in, can certainly help bolster our conversations going forward. Tenalima Road. This is a site that was on the 5th housing element cycle as well. And we will be taking into consideration the floodplain regulations that are tied to the site. And we recognize that it will affect the type of grants available. For the O'Donnell Nursery site, it's been brought to our attention that there may be some contiguous sites that could be included in this site. And this is just a quick snapshot of that hillside and an image of it in plan as well. So if the council so chooses, I have included this as a potential amended list if that's where discussion leads this evening. The Fair and Selm Shopping Center, it's been brought to our attention that we have new information about a biohazard that for future use may not include residential. So that would certainly preclude us from wanting to engage in any further feasibility analysis if that's a definitive understanding of the site. So again, I do have an amended list for town council to review if that's where discussion goes this evening. Town and Country, this was the most surprising site as far as feedback when we analyzed the comments and the use of our balancing act tool. It was much more popular than what was anticipated from our initial discussion of sites and whether or not to include that one. So here we've got a table of the potential sites, and I've listed them also in relationship to the popularity in using the balancing act tool. And we can see here that the School Street Plaza was the most popular, along with the Tenalima site, both equaling 88% of the selections by using that tool. We've also got a list here of the average number of units desired by the public, which closely aligned with, in most of the sites, with the minimum capacity number of units that our analysis led us to. This is the beginning of our deeper feasibility analysis, which is why we're beginning with a larger number. And I can speak to why having a buffer is useful and beneficial at this step in our process. For one thing, it enables us the flexibility to adapt to changes, corrections with next steps. And in other words, sites or numbers of units for a site can fall off without us needing to assess and collect and integrate additional sites. By having a high a buffer at the end of the process, that will be a cost-effective solution for the town, because there could otherwise be a need for a mid-cycle review if development within this 8-year cycle does not meet the number of affordable units anticipated. This also keeps the town eligible for policies and programs that may attract funding for even 100% affordable units. So that'll be something discussed in our next step in the process. And lastly, HCD does recommend a buffer. So within the review process, it certainly helps to show that we are prepared for many different eventualities. Oops. This is the amended table, as I mentioned, which adds potential units to the O'Donnell Nursery, as we would potentially possibly add those contiguous sites, and it removes potential sites for the Fair and Selm Shopping Center. So secondary units, ADUs and secondary units that may result from the SB9 legislation that just passed by the state. These could enable missing middle opportunities, either adaptations with sites that currently exist, or potentially rebuilding a site that may have outlived its usefulness. We would encourage the use of the objective development and design standards that have been initiated, and EMC is open and able to connect discussions for the odds, as they're called, along with our policy discussion, if with the idea that this would assist the public in understanding what may be developed at each individual site. I don't know why I'm so sorry that I can't seem to advance. There we go. So why does Fairfax need to plan for more housing? We want to encourage folks to share these messages that caring for your neighbors and ensuring fellow residents can continue to live here, and also caring for your community, so that Fairfax may become a more inclusive town by creating housing opportunities for all community members, both existing and future members. So again, staff requests that the town council take the following action related to the draft sites inventory list in attachment B, to accept, or that as amended as represented this evening, to accept the drafted sites inventory list for further feasibility analysis, give direction if any sites must be removed from the list, give direction if any of the total minimum capacity numbers must be changed. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to discuss any questions you may have, and I can leave the slideshow up now in case somebody wants to refer to a particular slide. I see.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Okay, let's really try to limit it to questions. I know we're going to have a lot of discussion. Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, so I had asked some questions of Andy beforehand and some comments, but my question is, Andy, you told me something in response to one of my questions that I'm not sure I understood you correctly. I thought you mentioned to me that if something was on our previous housing element and the housing had not been built, that we are supposed to, in this housing element, not only necessarily include it, but allow for ministerial approval. Did I hear you incorrectly?
That is included with the HCD memo for how to proceed with this review. Yes, that by right is necessary for any site that was used in a fifth cycle that is now being used in a sixth cycle. That's true for infill development. For a vacant site, it would have to have been on both the fifth and fourth cycle.
Okay, so just one follow-up question. So since not all, but a lot of the sites that are on your current list were also in the previous housing element, although we may be talking about different numbers, does that then mean, I don't know, maybe it's 70%, 75% were on the previous housing element? Does that then mean that we would have to do some type of rezoning to allow them to be by right or ministerial, which means no planning commission, none of that extra steps? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe there's a couple of sites that we have within the CL district, and that would necessitate changing that zoning if we were to. There's a couple different routes forward, and we'll be discussing that as we go forward and discussing policy. But one route would be to change the underlying zoning so that it can allow residential outright without requiring a CUP or a conditional use permit. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Andy. This is a really comprehensive list, and thank you for all your work so far. Really appreciate it.
Happy to help.
Councilmember Ackerman.
I believe Councilmember Goddard had her hand up.
It's okay, Bruce, go for it. I'll be third.
Always the gentleman.
Well, thank you. I just had one question, but first I just wanted to thank you, Andy, in particular, and your group. This is the use of the websites and the collection of all of this feedback is just enormously beneficial. When we went through the last housing element update, it was a dream and a frustration at that time that we couldn't make use of these tools so effectively. So thank you very much to you and your group for all your hard work and all of your planning, probably even before you came to Fairfax, to figure out how to do this. I had one simple question at this point. I'm sure there'll be more later, but can you clarify for us what is exactly meant by the minimum number of units? Because usually when we do zoning, for example, we zone a particular property for the maximum number of units or the minimum acreage per unit, which is kind of the same thing. So this is kind of opposite to that. And I'm just wondering where that term comes from and how that fits with zoning concepts.
Thank you for that question. The minimum number of units is intended to prepare our CEQA team to review for that number for each site. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the number of units at each site, and whether or not we might discuss minimum densities. That is something that a lot of communities are considering. Recognizing that sites that could enable a certain number of housing units to be built, once something is built, you lose that opportunity. So if it's a site that the town is certain that you do want to have a certain number of units constructed, then that may be a way forward, but that's not for today's discussion. For today's discussion, it's just to prepare for the project description and to have a basic understanding that enables flexibility going forward.
Okay, so we're looking at minimums because that would inform the CEQA analysis to say, what if this many units were built? Would that be environmentally, would that have no adverse environmental impacts? It couldn't be mitigated.
Correct. If fewer get built, that's fine. But if more get built, then there would be additional CEQA review necessary. And we want to try to avoid that, because part of the goal is to enable a more streamlined opportunity for development in order to meet the RENA requirements in this 8-year cycle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, thank you. And actually, I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to just put them in 3 big buckets. One has to do with the breakdown of the RENA by income levels. And I appreciate that very clear chart that you showed in your presentation, but noticing that 184 of them are above market and 71 are, above moderate, sorry. And the other 71 are moderate. I know there's a lot of concern and a lot of support for affordability and affordable housing in town. Could you just give an explanation as to why this very large allocation, an assessment of above moderate housing needs? How does that determined?
Well, I hesitate to describe what ABAG's process was in coming up with their numbers. I'm sorry.
Isn't it allocated that way?
It's allocated that way, but it's determined by their own criteria. so, and that is available, and I think we do link to that on our website. But if either way, I'd be happy to forward that link.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I think really what what I'm really getting at is trying to, we all, I think, are grappling with this. And I watched the Planning Commission meeting, and Commissioner Newton really did make a strong point of, in order to have this community process and get behind what we're doing, I think people do have questions. And we could look at the RENA methodology, and I understand that, and that's very complex. But could you share any insight as to why we're looking at 184, so that over 50% of our units are really not affordable in what's being required of us?
Well, to be clear, when you have inclusionary housing, you typically deed restrict most commonly between a combination of moderate and low income. Very low is very hard to mandate. And so if you were to add up together the very low, the low, and the moderate, you get 306. So, when you hold that against the 184, it shows a different ratio. Very low income is housing that often needs to have great subsidy, often through granting. And we have some policy ideas that we're really excited to bring forward that we're hoping can help connect the dots for Fairfax. You've already done this in the last cycle, where you've exceeded the number of, very low and low. And so they're at least one of those categories. And so we'd love to get you across the finish line showing that you can do that again, because we know that that's a high value here in Fairfax. And yeah, we're looking forward to those discussions.
Okay, thank you. And next question is really about the rezoning and the rezoning that's going to be required for many of these opportunity sites. And I'm just wondering, was the rezoning determination, or the need to rezone determination, made according to what we have in our current approved housing element, or based on what's actually been codified to bring our zoning code in compliance with our current housing element?
So when you say current, you mean the 5th cycle?
Exactly. Sorry, I should say that.
That's okay. I just want to make sure for audience and for posterity that we reference that. So while that's an interesting story, what occurred and then didn't occur with the 5th cycle housing element, we're in many ways starting fresh. We will make sure that we understand what was and was not done, or what was almost done and then retracted. To clarify, as we bring forward any zoning change, we'll make sure that all of that is absolutely accurate. But the rezoning intention, as described here, is really just to assist again with our CEQA team, so that they can understand how many of these sites would generally require rezoning. And so our initial rezoning concept, and that's all this is, it's sort of a sketch of an idea as we move forward, because this is it's intended to be a transparent, iterative process, and we highly value working with the community and with all the decision makers here in walking through that sort of gray area. Not everybody's comfortable there, so we thank you for that. But generally, the general goal is for the clarity of rules with a clear path to development, so that it's predictable and consistent. And what that enables, when we have less onerous regulations, but prescriptive, for instance, having odds in place, very important. And I really encourage the town to work hard to get that across the finish line at the same time, if not sooner, than the housing element, because it protects you. And then what you have in place is guidelines, well, more than guidelines, very bold rules about what can be built on really each of these sites that we're discussing tonight. When the rules are less onerous, then you're more likely to attract those small developers who are more likely to create the missing middle housing.
Okay, just give me, I would like to just give an example of one of what I was talking about. So in the CL
Sure,
properties, let's just take
Sure.
Tenalima.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand, according to our zoning code in the CL, how is it that we jump from that to the numbers that are being proposed on the Tenalima site? And then it actually stating that there's no rezoning needed for that site.
And I think that was a typo. I don't mean to say that there's no rezoning needed for that site, but for the CL, if it's more about changing the language of the CL so that we would take away the CUP requirement, and that we would look at any place where density might be a concern. So for instance, Tenalima is sort of an odd duck because it's got CL zoning from what I can see, but PDD general plan designation. And I apologize, I think there was a little error in our table there. But again, that's not what's being asked to be approved today. That part of the assessment, it's more about the locations themselves and the minimum capacity number so that we can move forward with our next phase of feasibility analysis. But I did want to include more information so that you have that at your fingertips.
Okay, I have two more things. I'm going to try to be brief. I wanted to know a little bit about how the outreach to the property owners is taking place. So that some of the words are rather soft in terms of, what is it that, and actually the slide you presented was not soft. It gave some pretty strong, clear language about what those owners of those opportunity sites would need to provide in order for HCD to accept this. But at this stage, I just want to, to understand what that looks like. If a property owner were to come up to me and say, wow, yeah, we had an initial conversation, but I'm expecting more, or something like that, how would you respond to that property owner? Or if you could just sort of lay it out for me. I've been having trouble getting clarity on that.
Yes. And it's understandable there's trouble with clarity because when you look through the HCD memo, it's a flow chart and there's a lot of if then statements. So bottom line, I would say, please point them to our website. We now have our property owner interest form up, and that is going to help us connect the dots. So the way we've constructed that form is based on what we understand through the HCD memo. So we are preparing ourselves to have defensible selections of sites. So and we would like to pair this also with letters for all these property owners that are listed here today, and inviting them to come and to fill out this form, because that will help us with our plan in the end and with HCD and the defensibility.
Is that a formal request? So do they need to do that, Andy? Or
it greatly helps us. It's not a formal, it's not required, but because HCD is looking specifically for sites that are appropriate or that are capable of this development, it goes a long way if it's understood that a property owner has an interest in constructing homes at that site. It goes a very long way.
is there room on the form for the property owner to ask questions and ask for data and so forth? So I think,
Yes.
Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then somebody from EMC will reach out and discussions will take place after that.
That's correct. And if I could make one more clarification, it's particularly important for those sites that have been used in 5th cycle and now will be used again in the 6th cycle for us to have something like, it's not the only way forward in using that site again, but it is certainly beneficial. It is certainly useful. And on that list on attachment B, you'll notice that some of the sites are shaded in sort of a beige yellow. Those are the sites that have been used in the 5th cycle, if you want a quick visual glance at those that have and have not been.
Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to ask about is the safety element is being worked on concurrently. And I just wondered if you could just briefly explain for the public or for me, how is it that the determinations of the safety element are informing the opportunity sites? Meaning there's three that I had in mind. I understood that at the Planning Commission, that Glen Drive, for instance, was the only one way in, one way out, where we were actually proposing, you know, a decent density. And I'm now noticing that Deer Park Villa, which is also kind of a one way in, one way out, and then also at the base of Willow, especially with the additional units that you're talking about on the hillside. How has this work that you guys have done in terms of identifying the one way ins and one way outs informed the opportunity sites that are in those areas?
Well, you mentioned the school site. That is the one site that I think was not on our one way in, one way out exclusion map. But I understand what you're saying about Deer Park Villa. I'll look more closely at that, but my understanding is that it was outside of that as well. And you said base of Willow. Which site are you?
The O'Donnell site at Willow really is a one way in, one way out, and we're looking at three corners now of three corners with Pancho Villas at that base of Willow. And I know there are some community members who have written and participated in the online tool who had mentioned that. So I just, you know, wanted to have something to talk about the way that the safety element is playing along with the opportunity site choices.
For the base
Can I
of
just
Willow?
say Pancho Villas and the O'Donnell site are on Sir Francis Drake. Yes, Willow kind of connects to them, but they're both on Sir Francis Drake.
Yeah, I understand. So you've got good.
I wouldn't call them one way in, one way out.
Right. I just think that they're all right as Willow spills onto Sir Francis Drake. So there's a concern about congestion there particularly.
Well, as we move forward with environmental review, I know that our traffic analysis is going to stay focused on some key intersections particularly, and I would venture to guess that this is already on their list, but the scoping meeting will further enable voices to be raised for that. And but on the safety element topic, if I may, we have our current draft available now that shows corrections made responsive to the last council meeting, and that's available on our website for comments. We have a tool that we're using. It's called Conveyo, and enables anybody without needing any extra software to write directly into the draft. And the benefit of that is we can see where people's comments are within sort of the geography of the document itself. And we're going to leave that up for several months and collect as many comments as we can, so that when we come back to the safety element, we'll have all of those comments to look to.
Yeah, Andy, thank you so much. I appreciate the process that you are all leading us on, and I'm pretty blown away with the amount of public participation and interaction, and we're a whole new world from 8 years ago. So much appreciated. And I understand that, you know, my questions weren't meant for you to answer and say this is it, because we are in, as I said, a process that I think a large number of community members are engaged in, and I believe many more will enter the process. Thank you.
We welcome more at every step. Thank you.
Before I ask my questions, Vice Mayor Cutrano, do you have any?
I do not at this time.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few. the Good Earth focus group, has that been scheduled yet? The staff, the workforce there?
Our last communication with them, they were letting us know that Omicron has been a bit of a distraction. So we're hoping that it'll be soon, and
Okay.
we'll be touching bases with them again this month. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on site number 16, the central commercial, all of these sites have been contacted?
No, they have not. Other than the postcard, I mean, they have been contacted through the postcard and going forward, we would like to send out a letter to all property owners asking them to potentially fill out our form if they're interested.
Okay, I understood, perhaps I misunderstood in a former presentation that all sites on the draft list, that there had been initial contact. Did I misunderstand that?
I'm not clear on how many people Ben communicated with directly. I know that he did with many.
Okay.
But I'm not certain if it's every single one of them.
Okay, because this is a substantial unit number. Okay, and then, so the B of A, do you know if they've been contacted? Have they given the thumbs up for the initial?
My understanding is they contacted Ben, but I
Okay.
was not part of that conversation, and I hope that they will be responsive to our letter and share with us what their ideas are.
Okay, thank you. I think my other questions have been answered. Yes, they have. Thank you, Andy. I think we're ready to open the, unless you have anything else that you want to share before we open up to public comment on this item.
No, just to repeat, we'd love for people to come to the website and continue to be engaged and part of the process.
Okay, I'm opening the public comment. I see one hand raised.
Okay, so John Christian, you're unmuted now, if you'd like to make your comment.
Thank you. My name is John Christian. I'm the Executive Director of the Real Property Support Corporation for the Archdiocese of San Francisco, the fee owner of the St. Rita's site, which has been the subject of discussion tonight and in previous meetings. And I can confirm that this site is not for sale, and we have not received any outreach relative to the proposed use of the property for housing. The property is not for sale. I don't see a need for further study relative to St. Rita's. We intend to keep the church operating and the school building functioning as a school. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Are there any other public comments? Now is the time to raise your hand. I see Frank Egger. You are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, 13 Meadow Way, speaking for Save Fairfax. Previous town councils worked to preserve and protect our small town for 5 decades. I'm a whole bunch of town councils, and we didn't always agree on everything, but there was a common theme throughout 50 years of town management, and that was to protect Fairfax's small town character. We passed laws to encourage small startups, businesses in limited commercial zones. We added height limits along the Sir Francis Drake Broadway and Center Boulevard corridors. Fairfax is the gateway to West Marin's world-renowned recreation areas. The people rezoned the Marin Town and Country Club to allow a destination recreational resort. Fairfax is the mountain bike capital of the world almost. And we should be attracting folks here who come to Marin County for the mountain bike opportunities. Fairfax has one of the lowest sales tax per capita of any of Marin's 11 cities. The proposal to convert our commercial areas to housing means our commercial areas will be compromised and potentially new businesses will not locate here. Fairfax had 4 faith-based sites for religious services. Christ the Victor Lutheran Churches, 20 acres, which is now gone, with 2 acres converted to 54 units and the remaining 18 acres to be used for market rate housing. The housing developer has never fully paid for the 20 acres they purchased from the Lutheran Church. 2 of the remaining faith-based sites, Kingdom Hall, the Jehovah's Witnesses property, and St. Rita property, are now proposed for conversion to housing. Why the attack on faith-based communities in Fairfax? In the 1960s and 1970s, the state of California approved the extension of Route 17 through Fairfax, a 4-lane freeway coming up Center Boulevard, crossing over the then Lucky and now Good Earth parking lot, and sweeping through the upside of downtown to White's Hill. The only catch was a freeway could not be constructed in an incorporated city without the approval of their town council. They needed a freeway agreement. We flat out rejected the state's proposal. Now, with the state's demands for thousands of new living units in the Ross Valley and West Marin, Fairfax will be faced with widening Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. I don't know how we're going to get people in and out of here. You know, they talk about one way in, one way out. The whole town of Fairfax is one way in and one way out. One accident on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard puts the upper Ross Valley in complete gridlock for hours. Imagine trying to evacuate in a wildland fire. The consultant's proposal is out of touch with Fairfax residents. Now it's clear why Fairfax removed small town character from the general plan. Small town character is in direct conflict with urbanization and redevelopment. Why put 3 to 5 story condos and apartments in our future? The current proposal for property, for the wall property, does not meet the purpose and intent of the upland residential zoning. 7,500 people live in Fairfax, and 6,500 people commented, was involved in Fairfax Speaks website.
You have 15 seconds, Frank.
Thank you, thank you. I just asked you to use common sense when looking at these sites and to protect our town like previous town councils have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard A.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't even know where to begin. I'm so overwhelmed by this process. You know, the train is moving down the tracks. It's left the station a while ago, and we're not having the correct conversation, which is this reasonable at all? And it's not. On the face of it, is not reasonable. And it defies all common sense. As Frank has done so many times and so well, has pointed out, you know, what the previous councils have fought for over the years to protect us, and we're not getting any fight from this council at all. Where we're getting pats on the back to the consultants for doing a great job and giving us this great interactive site and getting all this participation. I mean, I went there, I filled out my thing, but I had no option. If I wanted to just say I only approved 22 units being built, on the 3 locations that I preferred, that wasn't an option. I had to approve, I had to give 490 or I couldn't fill out the form at all. Who's behind this? Who wants this? These are state mandates. These were not the citizens of Fairfax saying, hey, we need to grow. We need to expand. We need to chop up all our open space. We need to have endless construction going on in our town for 8 years. We need to add height. We need to overtax our water and our fire and our police and our already, this is not a town that was planned to be a large town. There was not some big planning that happened 100 years ago that anticipated a steady growth curve. And so it's just absurd. We're not having the correct conversation. And we're already talking about changing zoning and all the accommodations that we have to make. Who benefits? Developers will benefit. A small vocal group in town that believes that this is about diversity and inclusion and get all the poor folks in here. I would love poor folks to live in Fairfax, and I'm all for inclusion and all of that, but that's not what this is about. This is about profit for developers. This is about people at the state level, but with lobbyists coming in and just steamrolling over us. And the fact that we're not even having an honest conversation. Where's the town forum to talk about who in town wants this? Who in town wants 409? How many years have gone by for the last 490 units to be built? I guarantee you it's more than 8 years. So the fact that we're just talking about this like this is reasonable, that this doesn't defy common sense, we're just not even having the proper conversation. It's just really upsetting. It's really disturbing. And I'm sure the consultants are doing their best and everybody's well-intended or whatever, but we're not even having the proper conversation. Where are we going to be in 8 years? What is this town going to look like? It's just mind-boggling. And I do not believe that you, 5 members of citizens of our town, yes, you've been elected to represent us, but you're not speaking for the whole 7,500 right now. And we need to work on finding out what the townsfolk really feel about this. What is reasonable? What can we do? What kind of fight can we do?
Richard, your time is up. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Mark Bell. And, oops.
You ready?
Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
As I mentioned before, what this is doing, I mean, you're not even talking about the developer bonuses for density where we saw, like with Victory Village, they were talking 40 units, and they built what, 53, 54, which is about an extra 30%. So you're not even talking about that. So if you're looking at 500 units, really what you're looking at is more like 700. And so what you're doing, as Frank pointed out, how are you going to get these people in and out? You're going to knock down the entire downtown and put in a freeway? Is this what you were elected for? Is this what you ran on? I don't recall anybody during their campaign talking about let's change Fairfax into Huntington Beach or Fresno. People are going to die. I pointed this out. You can't get the people in and out. I don't care what you do with your safety element. You can cut down all the trees like they were talking about at the last meeting. You can put in 5G towers as much as you want, as you were talking about at the last meeting. You can turn Lefty Gomez into a whatever. It's not going to help. People are going to die. There's no room for that amount of people. There isn't an infrastructure for it. There isn't a tax base for it. There's nothing for it. You were not elected to roll over. The state legislature may have passed a law, but it hasn't been through a court to make it law. Laws are passed all the time that are found to be unconstitutional. And there is no place in the United States Constitution or the Constitution of California which says that a public entity can endanger its entire population so that you can line the pockets of developers. And that's what this is. It doesn't even add that part. You are endangering the lives of the entire population of Fairfax if you don't fight this. And you don't want to fight it. It's not law until it's been proven in a court of law. You can pass whatever you want. This is what Nixon did. This is what Reagan did. This is what Trump did. This is what Bush did. They just pass laws and then, okay, well, 3 to 5 years from now, if the Supreme Court decides that it's not happening, Okay, fine. Well, guess what? We got our way for 5 years. And if you give developers 5 years of their own dream, which has been to destroy Marin since the 70s, if not the 60s, if not the 50s, that's what we're going to have. We're not going to have a county that resembles anything at all like it is today. And you can go play with your video games and all your little programs or whatever. You're going to kill people. That's all I have.
Thank you. Lynn? Oh, sorry, I screwed that up. John?
I believe Mr. Christian already spoke.
I did, but I only spoke for 1 minute and I had a further thought, and it is this, that years ago, St. Rita's in the Archdiocese did sell off a portion of its land to support high-density housing. That was then, but the not for sale sign is in place at this time. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Lynn. You're unmuted now.
Hello. I want to thank John from St. Rita's. I really appreciate that. And I want to say ditto to the last 3 callers. I'm not feeling the fight. I just don't feel like Fairfax is fighting back. It's more like a lay down, roll over, and I just want to see more action of the fight back. Where's the fight? I guess that's all I'm going to say. It's impossible to get around here now. It's not going to get any easier. I don't see the proposals for fire hydrants and how are we going to get out? And why aren't we trying to have evacuation drills at 3 in the morning where the whole town has to exit at the same time? These are all the things that have to be rehearsed before anyone should think about building anything. There's a lot of flat land out there. There's a lot of flat land by the freeways. I think we should be taking advantage of that and putting money into transportation. And I just want to see a crying, fighting fight from my town council, my planning department, my town. That's all I have to say, because I'm just not feeling it anyway, anywhere, shape, or form. Good night. Have a good night. Stay well.
Thank you. I
The
see
next speaker. Oh,
Marin.
Mute. How you doing? Sorry, Michael McIntosh. I started putting in Marin Town and Country Club. If we have to do all this development, I'm really disappointed that the council isn't saying, okay, if we have to accept something, how can we benefit the community? And one of the very simple ways that are available to you is to try to create an overlap or like a zoning for all of this higher density within or adjacent to your commercial areas to make it a BID. If you make it a business improvement district, you're going to have the opportunity of retaining that incremental increase of your property tax, and that alone can support your affordable housing. But it gives you direction and the ability on how to spend your money. That would really be a better option for the town, so that the town being the citizens, not just 5 people that don't always represent the majority of the town, but if the citizens of the town had an opportunity to help direct how that money can be spent to protect the town, I think you would have a much bigger support. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm not seeing any other raised hands. Okay, closing public comment. And we'll bring it back for discussion. Vice Mayor Cutrano, saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question for Andy coming out of the public comment. And as one of the speakers who was speaking on behalf of one of the sites in the site inventory was bringing up, I was curious, having a property owner interest form available online where people can input their questions and concerns. But if for some reason all of the property owners for these various sites that have been identified share their opposition to or their disinterest in inclusion in this site's inventory or things like that, how do you foresee the consultants in the town moving forward in the process and in communications with with HCD? Excuse me.
Thank you for the question. To begin with, we have a buffer, so we do have some flexibility. So taking St. Rita's numbers off, that's not going to preclude us from moving forward with this analysis. But I hear what you're saying. I heard your specific question. What if every one of these property owners showed a disinterest? We'd have to start over to some extent. I'll be frank. Particularly for those sites that have been used in the 5th cycle and are being used again in the 6th cycle. So hearing from these property owners is essential in the near future. Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate your frankness too.
Thank you, Chance. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes, I have a number of comments. Most of these I've shared with Andy beforehand. But I'd like to go through and sort of address the questions that you asked, Andy. And first, maybe about numbers. And I would say regarding Site 4 in St. Rita's, well, first I want to say something. Some of us are about trying to, I go back to Andy's last slide, is why are we doing this? We care about our community, either new community members or those that exist here. And we do need to accommodate more people living in this town. We have homeless people, we have people that can barely live here who are driving from Vallejo and further away to get here to work. So I don't think this is about a fight. I think there's ways we can do this. And I think what I've seen so far is a lot of things that fit within our envelope. We're not talking about 10-story buildings. I also want to say Christ the Victor Church, which I live next to, wanted Victory Village. They donated the land. This was not anybody going after Christ the Victor Church. So they very much wanted that. But going on to numbers first, I would say number 4, St. Rita's, based on John Christian, who's from the Archdiocese, saying they have zero interest in having this on there. You know, maybe 40 years into the future, they might move somewhere or there'll be something different. But I think we should remove that one. So no numbers for number 4. And then on a question I raised to you, Andy, and I don't think we ever got the answer, either one of us, because I wasn't communicating very well, is the West Side address number 5. I think you included the former Ernst Automotive site in that grouping, and I think the numbers there seem reasonable to me. And that's actually a good place that has been sort of not used very well. School Street Plaza, I think the number of units are quite high. A number of years ago, we had a presentation from an architect for the owner, and I don't remember the number, but perhaps Renee does. It was something like the order of 50 or 60 and
over 65.
Yeah, and it didn't go well, but I think there's a way to do things. It went incredibly badly, let's put it that way. But I would say, I think a more reasonable number would be something on the order of about 75 that could be done within the envelope without displacement of a lot of those live work. So I'd rather see a number like that there. As far as Fair Anselm, and I brought this up before, and I shared this with Andy. Some of you know that there's a hazardous waste site on the end where the dry cleaners is. It isn't from those current dry cleaners, it's from prior ones. And I've been working with the state and Fair Anselm owners to get that property finished up. But there will be a deed restriction on that half of the building envelope. The picture that Andy showed in his slide depicted it correctly, and there will be a deed restriction that will say no sensitive uses that would include things like homes.
So Barbara, is the 760 or is it 711 that?
I'm looking at, I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear.
No, it's site number 13, but it's the address is 760 Center, or is it 711 with the hazardous waste?
No, it's not anywhere near 711. This is Fair Anselm across from Good Earth.
711 Center. It's the address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know the specific address that you're referring to, but it's the side with Avatar, Burrito, Picaroto Cleaners, the laundromat. So that's the side where the old Broadway video was, where the gym is. So where Andy's showing on Center Boulevard, and I'm sorry, I don't have the address at hand, but the X that he's showing is the building that would be impacted by the deed restriction.
Mm-hmm.
And originally I was told by the state they were going to make it smaller, but what I'm hearing, so the other side where Iron Springs was, the vet is now, would be available for potential housing. And so I think based on that, I think we should lower the number more on the order of 50. I think you had something like 40, but I think 50 makes a little bit of sense there, Andy. I think you had 42, but I think 50 might be a good round number just for now. And so the next site, and I know this is going to goof up your buffer, sorry, is number 14, Town and Country. And I think the number that you had there was very high. I think we know that site, in order to change the zoning, needs to go to the voters. I know you've got something about a legal proceeding, but the last I heard, that rezoning to recreational commercial and the preclusion of requiring it to go to the voters actually went to the California Supreme Court. So I don't think there's any way to overturn that. And I know you all are looking at that, but regardless, I think it's more feasible to think of something more on the order of about 100. And so that's where I would go with that. This is a comment that's not numbers. Let me see if I'm just going to give you I'm going to start going to a few of my other comments. That on number 16, Central Commercial, the map that you have is not correct. What that map shows with CC is showing what we envision doing. And so if you want, can you put that map up, Andy? Is it possible to put number 16 up?
Apologize for that.
No, that's all right. You weren't prepared for this. But so it, I went over this with our planner, Linda Neal. So what we originally envisioned was we were gonna, there was a lot of CH more on Broadway and Sir Francis Drake kind of bookends. And we were planning on trying to rezone that in the last housing element. So some of this is correct that it's CC, but some of it is CH. So I would refer you to the general plan map because we weren't able to complete that rezoning. There was a voter initiative, and rather than go through the voters, we decided just to pull back on it. So we just need to revise this. I think your unit number is probably maybe on the high end, but I don't have a number to suggest there. And then my other comments that are more about, there are a number of these that talk about a number that say zoned CL, limited commercial, and it says doesn't require, there's a number, and I know this wasn't part of what you asked, but I think when we talk about CEQA, we may need to consider this. The only way you can do housing in the CL is with a CUP, as you correctly said, and I think there's about 4 or 5 of them that are CL. And it says doesn't require rezoning. But I think technically, even though potentially you could leave it as CL, but remove the CUP requirement, conditional use permit requirement, I think you would actually have to do what's technically a rezone. So I just think maybe that's something you can talk to your legal staff about. And the same thing with the CH, because on those, and there's several of those as well, we know that you can't put housing on the ground floor, which you correctly stated. If we wanted to do housing on the ground floor, I guess we could change the language, but I think, again, that might technically be considered a rezone. So I would just check that. But I think with the exception of taking out St. Rita's Church and potentially changing some of the numbers that I suggested or others will suggest, I think that's good. The other thing I want to mention is, I was a member of the Open Space Committee for a number of years before I got on the council, and then the liaison for several years until now. Our vice mayor was also on the Open Space and is now the liaison. Jolly Hill is a very important piece of property to folks that like open space. And I know there were some folks that wanted to revisit that. I would be strongly opposed to that, representing folks who have cleaned that Jolly Hill and removed broom. I think it's important to preserve. It's not a huge piece of property, and I think it provides a lot of joy. So I again want to say thank you for your work, as well as our planning director, in trying to identify sites. And I think it's, we can make adjustments, and I'm sorry I goofed up your buffer just on my comment. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Catrano.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm just like bouncing back and forth with comments and questions here in the tail end. But Andy, I agree with Councilmember Kohler's sort of astute reading of the St. Rita bit. There's a part of me that wonders about looking at the feasibility, but at the same time, that could be done in a future housing element update if need be too, I suppose. And if there's no intention to participate or to sell a property in the next 8 years, then the point's kind of moot. So I would agree with the removal on those based on that logic. The other thing I wanted to also advocate for is the removal of Jolly Hill as well. And I was wondering, as people start ratcheting or ratcheting back or chiseling away on some of these units here and the buffer, I'm wondering what the sort of justification was for the number that was chosen for minimum capacity for ADUs specifically. And I don't know if that's ADU and JDUs, but I didn't know if there's a reasonable calculation where that can be bumped up to to help with the buffer. I know there were some issues at the start of using the balancing act with the incorporation of the ADU stuff, but I had a question on that. And then I also was wondering, from us tonight, you know, fiddling a little bit with some of the numbers here and there, is that what you're actually looking for, or are you really just looking for the getting clarity on the list that is going to move forward to the feasibility? There's sort of a minimum capacity of units, and that's the number in the right-hand column that you're using. Regardless of the chiseling away, there's always going to be this like larger number that we're going to run through for doing the CEQA analysis. Those are just some other final questions I have. But otherwise, I think I'm feeling confident that where we're at right now in the position we're in, you know, there are some creative opportunities that are possible in some of these locations, depending on what comes out of the feasibility and the overlap with some of the safety element stuff. So I look forward to seeing that. But yeah, you know, it's none of this is easy, and I appreciate, you know, the public, their concern. Want to keep hearing that, and I also want to continue to, you know, thank you for your work, Andy, and for my colleagues here. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, I think the ADU allotment of 100 was based on the current run rate. I recall discussing this, that we're currently seeing about 10 per year. Is that right? Is that how you came to it, Andy?
It's somewhere between 80 and 100. 100 would be the high point, and that's not something that would be part of our CEQA review necessarily. And we could bump up that number if there were an appetite for maybe opening up the ADU language. In other words, if you were to provide further incentives or enable things that aren't allowed strictly with the way that the state code is mandated. For instance, if you were to allow height over a garage. That's just one example. I'm not saying that that's what we would do going forward, but for that accessory dwelling unit number to grow through this review process, that's what it would require is some amount of change to the zoning.
Yeah, I think we should explore that, and we touched a little bit earlier. We haven't done effective communication on the, you know, the leniency on fees and so forth to bring in residents to register their ADUs, the current ADUs that are out there under the radar. So I think the 100 is new, but I think there's opportunity to bring in existing. So maybe there is some upside there.
I think there's also the idea, like the mayor says about marketing, that we've had this amnesty and now we're kicking it forward another 10 years. We never did a good job of marketing that, and the 50% fees are for all, either legalizing. It's not just registering, because usually when they're illegal units, they need some work. But so that's we could market that. But the other piece is there are so many garages in town, and a lot of people just use them as storage. You know, you see people with their fancy cars in the parking area, and they're storing everything. There's a lot of garage conversions. If you just count the number of garages we have in town, I think we could bump the number up. And I think with our advertisement that we're only charging 50% fees, that we're not penalizing anybody to come in legalizing, I don't necessarily think we need to go higher or do things like that at this point. I think we could get more if we did a better job of what you suggest, Mayor.
Okay. Here, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions and a comment. one question is, as you know, Andy, we have partially in response or largely in response to state law, we have passed an emergency ordinance and gotten ourselves ready for the requirement that we move forward to allowing duplexes more. How does that, or does that figure into these numbers?
That's a great question. And SB 9, we should be receiving HCD guidance on how we might be able to incorporate that into our numbers. So that will add to our buffer potentially.
I would hope it would, yeah. And a specific question also, if there were more legalizations of ADUs this year, would that affect our the number that we could use toward our RUNA?
That's a great question. The timing is for this summer. So if it were to occur, if legalization occurred after July, then it would count towards the 6th cycle. If it happens prior to July, then it would be something that we could factor into our projection. So either way, it would be beneficial. And if folks don't like the idea of additional housing units coming, but they maybe have an ADU that they could legalize, then that's a great way to contribute towards the goal.
That would help us as a town. Okay, well, there's a marketing message. With that, and with thanks to my fellow council members for some of the very specific comments on the numbers, I just wanted to, I was really struck by the public comments that we aren't fighting this and why aren't we fighting it more? And yes, it worries me. This will change our town, but with regard to the question of why are we doing this, I think there are a couple of reasons why we are doing this, why the state is motivated to do it, why all of this is happening. And it's ambiguous. I mean, sometimes you might say, well, California and Marin and Fairfax are desirable places to live, but you can't pack everybody in here. So let's just stop. But I just wanted to say, for one thing, and I count myself in this very much, and my family, we are the lucky ones. We are the ones who managed to get in here before property values just skyrocketed. They seemed like they were skyrocketing when we came to this town, but nothing like what they are now. There is no way that we would be able to afford to live in Marin or in Fairfax. Our family, we wouldn't even consider it under the current conditions. We would just be locked out. So we are the lucky ones that we aren't locked out. And it just seems like a kind thing to do, to try to leave the door open for a few more people to not be locked out and not just gloat in our good fortune. And the other comment I wanted to make is that, and I really appreciate being able to see in such a well-organized fashion so much of the public comment on these different sites. And what is very striking, and is so often very striking, and I've said this before, but I'll repeat it again, that a really important part of what goes on in Fairfax planning is that we are afraid of cars. And for good reason. Cars have damn near destroyed our planet and are continuing to do so. And we're trying to at least electrify them, but we really ought to do more than electrify them. We ought to just get rid of a lot of them. But we are afraid of cars. We are, sometimes a business wants to locate in Fairfax, and most small towns, most towns would love to have a new business. And sometimes we're afraid of even a business locating in our town because of the cars. It's not the people that we're afraid of. It's not the businesses that we're afraid of. It's the traffic. And we have severe problems with our side streets, like the street that I live on, being packed with more and more cars. We have parking areas right outside of my window here that didn't used to be parking areas, but people have just started using more and more places for parking areas, and the street is more and more crowded, which is a safety issue as well as an inconvenience on a daily basis. It's the congestion, the evacuation concerns, all of this that people talk about, it goes back to, there's one big thing that runs through that, and that is that we have too damn many cars. That in the course of my lifetime, we've gone to the point where a family of 3 has at least 3 cars and maybe more, and uses them much more than we used to use cars. And it just, that is a core reason for the problem that we have. So without going into the solutions to having less cars, I just want to really try to remember, all of us remember that is really a lot of the reason that we find opposition to housing people, because of the cars, not the people. I think we probably would all welcome people. We welcome the people who come here to mountain bike. We welcome the people who come here to visit and to hear music and to play music, but we don't want their cars. And I wish they could figure out how to get here some other way besides their cars. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Renee?
Yes, thank you. Andy, I had a question, if I may. It's in the actual written staff report under number of units. Page 5, page 5. I was confused, and I meant to ask before. So where it says that for suburban jurisdictions, 20 dwelling units per acre is considered appropriate, which is what I understood. And then you're saying that that seems appropriate to accommodate the low and very low. But sites along Sir Francis Drake, oh dear, sorry, I need to back up. So what I'm looking at is just a little bit prior to that for suburban jurisdictions. It says that the housing units in the inventory list has been analyzed using density as a proxy for affordability. And so what I'm trying to figure out is if 20 dwelling units, which is considered rather low density, you're saying that that's to accommodate the low and very low, but then densities between 30 and 50 would be the higher income. Do you know what I'm asking here? Why would 20 accommodate low and very low? I would think that would be a much higher density.
So I don't believe that the language suggests that the higher density would be for the higher income. What I do want to be clear about, though, is that if a site has been used in a 5th cycle and is now being used in a 6th cycle, there's at least 2 things that need to occur. One of them is that it needs to be a by right activity to be able to have residential at that site going forward. The second thing is that at a minimum for a suburban jurisdiction such as the town of Fairfax, the minimum density must be 20 dwelling units per acre to accommodate. So in through the lens of HCD, that's understood as being one way of assessing whether or not a site may be capable of enabling affordability.
Okay, so I'm sorry if I actually misspoke about the higher income, because it does say along Sir Francis Drake, density study are assuming 30 to 50. Mm-hmm. So those are along Sir Francis Drake, which are higher density multifamily, correct?
Correct. That's it.
All right, thank you. And then I just wanted to say, first of all, I hear the public loud and clear. I sense and feel the anger and the distress and the lack of ability to even believe that we're talking about these kinds of numbers. I share many of the concerns, but I do need to share one thing that I've learned over these years, and that is that what we want to attract, as I started my questioning earlier in the evening, is as much affordability, as much opportunity to house the people, to create our first ever workforce housing, to look at creative opportunities, many that I saw in people's comments on the online tools. I mean, some of those comments were just fantastic and really thought-provoking and creative, and things like eco-villages and actually viable tiny house communities. Some of the things that have shown up in our council goals over the years are in there. And as an example, Victory Village and an opposition that took us 6 years to get that project in. And in that time frame, we lost a lot of the funding. What we want to do is attract more nonprofit developers who can come in and build that affordability into our community. It requires a nonprofit or a organization that can come in and build affordably. And that means they have to be funded. And that means that we have to work on our time frame in terms of getting these kinds of projects in. Otherwise, we are giving it over to the high for-profit developers. So I would just encourage us to use our creative thinking right now, look at the opportunities that many, many members of the public who've participated in providing input are asking of us. And that will require us to create more open doors and be willing to state our desired outcomes. And if we can get this ball rolling, I think numbers right now, I can't even really comment on numbers because there's so much that has to do with feasibility that will come through the CEQA analysis. But I just really urge more participation in creative opportunities and options for these opportunity sites. This is not easy work. Nobody wants to overcrowd our town. We all understand the implications, the ramifications, the fears that we all share in this community. So please provide input and let's figure out how we're going to make this happen, because it is doable.
Thank you for that. Thank you for all your comments, particularly in response to the public's comments expressing frustration about our lack of fight. So I agree with all of you. I would like Janet to share what the consequences for non-compliance are, which are very dire and very real. So there's some public awareness of that. Janet, would you mind spending a minute on that?
Sure. I think we've had this discussion when we first started out with this. The laws have really changed. It used to be if you didn't have a certified housing element, your land use decisions could be challenged, they wouldn't be valid. And now there's increased potential for litigation because any interested party can seek review of the housing element. Any decision you make that has a general plan consistency finding is vulnerable to challenge, successful challenge. A court could limit the town's ability to make land use decisions, approve subdivisions, make zone changes, or even issue building permits. You could be ineligible for state and federal grants. HCD can sue you directly under AB 72. The Attorney General can seek a court order to force you to bring the housing element into compliance. And if you don't, the court can appoint a receiver to do it for you. There can be fines of up to $100,000 where if you don't comply within 12 months after the AG brings that type of action and the court determines that the city housing element was out of compliance. So I think that the biggest sort of new hammer that's hanging over us is the fact that, you know, this appointment of a receiver to do it for you. Isn't it better to make the decisions because you know the town better than certainly some receiver who doesn't know the town, who just comes in and says, oh, this looks like a good site, let's put a high-rise housing development here. wouldn't it be better for you to be able to gently try to add in the required compliance numbers, as opposed to having somebody come in and just carve out some big swath and put something that you don't want to see right smack in the middle of your town? So those are the types of things that now we're faced with. And I understand every town, every city pretty much is having the same discussion. Nobody likes it. I get that. I understand that. But I think the penalties now and the consequences for non-compliance are just so severe, and they're so they're realistic. It's gonna, they're gonna take a few cases, a few places, and they're gonna make examples out of them. I saw the AG do this with accessibility, and so we're going to see a case where it's going to happen, and it's just something that we want to try to avoid. So we're trying to do the best we can to give you some ideas and give you some guidance and help you sort of gently craft what will be a compliant document.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Janet. Chance, did you?
Just one more thing, Mayor. Sorry, but just to bring home the illustration of the rock and the hard place that we're finding ourselves between. Any folks with us on the call or watching the recording can just go online and look at the marketplace in Fairfax today, and the handful of homes that do show up on the marketplace are not even homes, but sometimes cottages. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom cottages are selling for millions, plural. And we can't just close our eyes and pretend like things aren't already changing. And so these opportunities, given the state mandate and given the changing market that we're experiencing today, I think that these are opportunities, these are vehicles to really try to get in the driver's seat and figure out how we bring about what we really want to see to the best of our ability. But just wanted to note that, seeing that every day in the marketplace.
Thank you. Okay, we want to wrap this up, everyone. I haven't shared my final comments. So final comment.
One last comment before,
Yeah.
yes, final. I just wanted to express that I am concerned about the outreach to the property owners. And I think that I would really like to request that we make a strong effort to really make that effort a little bit more robust, because the last thing we want to happen is for people to misunderstand our intentions or the process here and what we are doing. We are not taking or forcing anything. How does this work as a planning tool? I think some of the property owners really deserve, and we sort of have an obligation to work with them in order to get them on board with what's possible, and not just put their sights down. We've seen tonight something that is very upsetting to me with St. Rita's. So thank you. I just want to make sure that's out there on the record.
Yeah,
as we move forward.
I concur with that, and I was on a call with the Ross Valley liaison for the school districts, with the Marin County Office of Education and the superintendents from Ross Valley School District, and then Ross Valley Charter is represented as well. And housing came up, and they're very eager for this early engagement. I know there was one conversation that's had, but they have a lot of questions still. And so the soonest we can really roll up our sleeves and meet with them. Another inquiry related to Ross Valley School District is that you might want to explore, Andy, is a parcel that they own behind Manor School. There's a cul-de-sac, which actually I think is an affordable housing development behind Manor School, and it's like to the, I guess that would be northeast. They own the property there, so I would encourage you to explore that, especially since it was raised by them. And just to echo Councilmember Goddard's, as soon as we can engage all of these property owners. And I just wanted to commend you on this thorough staff report and the table, the color-coded table. I really appreciated. I just thought it was really clear, and obviously a lot of work went into it. And I know you care deeply about public engagement, and I attended that session on the 20th and I thought it went really well. So I just want to thank you. It's really hard work and we really appreciate your partnership. And the sooner we can get that focus group with Good Earth is appreciated. So with that, do we need to make can we have a motion, and do we need to amend the list with this omission of St. Rita's?
Well, I could make a motion, but I just want to ask before I do it.
Okay.
What we're asked to do is approve the draft housing sites inventory list for equity analysis and policy discussion. I'd like to ask that we make the motion to approve the draft housing site inventory list with some modifications as discussed tonight, rather than going over all the detail, which I think Andy has taken notes on. And I think to the extent necessary, I would also suggest that we add to that motion that potentially he manipulate some of the numbers a little bit more. So for example, if something was taken off like St. Rita's School, or I don't know if anybody agreed with some of the suggestions I had about changing some of those numbers, is that he could adjust some of the other numbers so we could still stay around the number we are, and maybe make a note as to how those were adjusted. So this is the longest motion in the world, but what I'd like to
hang on 1 second, because I just have a consideration too. Do we want to discuss as a council removing Jolly Hill? Because I'm in agreement with Barbara and Chance on that.
Well, so my motion would include removing Jolly Hill for sure and stop looking at it.
I have a question before you make your motion. There's two things. One, there were a few things that you added tonight. And so one was the hill just to the west of O'Donnell's on Drake. Is that included here?
So I brought that up to Andy after the list came out. And it was based on a discussion I had with Mr. O'Donnell a few years ago, where he told me of his vision for that site. And what he did, and I believe he owns that property just to the west of him. And he talked to me about putting small cottages on there. So I just brought it up to Andy. So I would say there's two pieces to this. For example, Stephanie brought up having Andy check into that parcel owned by Manor School or Ross Valley School District near Manor School. I would also ask Andy to check into the parcel right next to O'Donnell's to see if he can add that. He could increase the numbers somewhat. And it may be that we need to have a very brief kind of overview of how the numbers changed and the sites changed. Probably not by February 2nd, because he probably can't get that done by then, but soon after.
Okay.
So,
okay, that sounds good. There's one other question. I wondered why, and going back, just because we're talking about moving forward, I wanted to understand why the Mountain Bike Museum property was removed.
It was not added in the first place, and that was
right.
But that was at the suggestion of our community development director. So if that's something that you'd like us to consider adding.
I just didn't understand what the reasoning, and I'm sorry that I didn't notice that sooner. It was called out in one of the public's comments on the online tool, and so I realized that I don't have an answer for that as to why it's not included.
It's never been included.
I understand, but I'm wondering why it was never included.
I
Since we're talking about new ideas.
I suspect when they were first developing the list, I think Ben talked to me about it. And I'm not saying it came from me, but it is a museum and they are invested in it. And I realize it's not the most successful museum in the world.
Well, actually, I don't want to defend.
No, I think what they were really looking at is.
Go ahead, sorry.
We're looking, so it is a museum. I don't think we need to kind of get into that discussion with them at this point, because I think they're contemplating staying there for a very long time. And the property right next to it, which was the Ernst Automotive, then the garage, then something else, has been underutilized for years. That little area, the parking on the other side of the brewery bike store has been somewhat underutilized, and then on the other side. So I think it makes sense to leave that out. So my motion would be approve the draft housing sites inventory list with modifications to numbers as discussed, removal of Jolly Hill, removal of St. Rita's, have our consultants look into the property near Manor School, as well as the property near O'Donnell's. And just one change to that as well, even though it's on your maps, to revise the Fair Anselm property to accommodate removing that one building envelope.
Okay, so all due respect, Barbara, and I agree with everything in your motion. I think for consistency's sake, it really concerns me that there hasn't been a discussion about why that property, and I'm not talking, this has nothing to do with what I care about or don't care about personally. This has to do with many of these other properties have longstanding uses on them that are beloved to people, that they plan to stay there for a long time, but we should not be discriminating and leaving something off because it's a museum, because there are creative ways that housing could be incorporated.
So why don't we add to the motion to have Andy and company look into the Marin Bike Museum as well?
Okay, it's all property of one owner. It's one owner.
And then the other piece I would add is just to have Andy reevaluate some of that discussion on zoning, saying no rezoning was required, because that will be important for this CEQA analysis, and also revisiting what is called central commercial to make sure the CH is depicted correctly, which isn't on there right now. That's the last change I would make. Does that work for you, Andy, before we finalize that motion?
It does. I heard one other modification request this evening, and that was that the school site number be reduced. Is that still something that you'd like to carry forward?
I didn't say it. I don't know who said it.
The School Street Plaza.
Oh, that's what I meant to say.
School Street Plaza.
School Street Plaza. Yeah.
Yes, I suggested that, as well as Town and Country. And I think we also discussed the possibility of bumping up the ADU number, not incredibly, but some.
And also, if you can look into, or hopefully we'll get some guidance from HCD as to how the duplex situation might benefit our numbers. And I would be happy to second that motion if.
Well, let me just say one thing. I'm accepting that friendly amendment. So we have our motion clear. So accepting that friendly amendment, you're seconding it?
I'll second that, and just make the comment that we, for example, talking about the bike museum, to think about that area as a possible site for some amount of small, affordable by design housing does not necessarily mean the museum closes. I mean, it could be behind it, above it. There's
Okay, well, I don't think we don't need to go into that level of detail.
So that's just to say that that doesn't mean we take
Okay.
it off the table because there's a successful business there.
Okay, we got it. So,
Good. Second the
and I
motion.
think that was the motion.
I heard Kohler motion, Ackerman second with a friendly amendment.
Mhm.
Thank you. That was a complicated motion, Barbara.
It's all on tape. That's a good
Thank you for
thing.
capturing it all. And Michelle, will you please take a roll call vote?
Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Okay, I'm aware that it's 10:30 and that we're probably in need of a break.
Yes, please.
Okay, it's 10:32. Let's come back at 10:40.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, per the 10 p.m. rule, just to review the agenda, we have one item left. I propose we carry on.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, this is the town clerk. Actually, we have 2 items left.
Oh,
If you want to do both.
we have
Short-term rental
item,
assignments.
we have, sorry, you're right, we do. We're on to item 14. I apologize.
I suggest
Shall
we
we
can
get
do
to
the
both of
vote.
them? Okay. Moving on to item 14, discuss and consider short-term rental regulations and provide direction to staff. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, this is Michelle Gardner, town clerk. I'm actually going to turn it over to Councilmember Kohler. After just a brief introduction, this item was one of the council's adopted goals. You adopted a goal of discussing this and hopefully establishing short-term rental regulations last year for this fiscal year as a goal. The council discussed this back in 2015. They first started their discussions, and it was actually a slightly different makeup of council. There were some other members on it. And in 2017, by 2017, that council had received recommendations from the Planning Commission, which are attached to the staff report. And the council was ready to move forward with regulations, but due to other priorities, it was put on hold. And since that time, of course, the short-term rental market has completely changed and Airbnbs are so commonplace. And so maybe it was not such a bad thing that we waited. Anyway, so without further ado, maybe I'll turn it over to Councilmember Kohler, who I worked with on this staff report. And I can start the PowerPoint. Would that be good?
Thank you, Michelle. That would be great.
All right. Hang on. My screen just moved.
And just to say, just to add something to what Michelle just mentioned, we thought it was really important. Renee and I were the only council members on the council that are still on today. We thought it was really important to have this council learn more. And it's not just that they are so commonplace. There's been so much evolution in the ability to actually regulate them that it's a really good time for us. So this is what we're going to discuss. And Michelle, can you go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to creating a program with regulation. We want to minimize the adverse impacts to our housing supply and households of all income levels. We also want to make sure that people can use the short-term rental income. Some people use that to be able to remain in their homes, to increase their financial ability to stay in their homes. We also want to create a new revenue source by collecting transit occupancy tax and also by registering short-term rentals. So our current zoning code doesn't allow short-term rentals unless you get a conditional use permit, which requires going to the planning commission. It's very time consuming, it's very expensive. Each one would be looked at on a case by case basis. And the bottom line is they exist in town and they're currently unregulated. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we looked at a number of jurisdictions in Marin and the ones that really had kind of the best programs. So San Rafael, Mill Valley, Novato, and the County of Marin have short-term rental programs, and they use host compliance. And just to preview, we have Kester Bansu from Host Compliance, who is going to do a very short presentation after mine. And just to FYI, Kester lives in Maryland, so he's staying up incredibly late to do this, but he's assured us he can do that. San Anselmo does allow short-term rentals with a business license in legal permitted structures, but it does not have a transit occupancy tax. Ross doesn't regulate them, and they also do not have a TOT. There is a little error in the staff report that talked about us evaluating Larkspur. Larkspur doesn't have a program. Larkspur, Sausalito, Corte Madera, and Tiburon currently prohibit short-term rentals, and Corte Madera is going to consider looking at such a program this year, is what they've told us. Next slide. So the kinds of things we're going to discuss tonight is what we've kind of come to in evaluating what we think are the really good programs in Marin, and what we're going to suggest for property eligibility, those that would be ineligible, the occupancy limits, registration fees, costs and revenues, and enforcement. So the eligibility, we're proposing to allow all or a portion of the property would be offered, and it would have to be by the permanent resident of the unit. The unit is the primary residence of the permanent resident. So that wouldn't be a business or an LLC. The permanent resident is a person, not a business. The permanent resident has registered the unit and secured a business license with the town. And we're also suggesting some off-street parking requirements. Next slide. So the ineligible properties would be income restricted affordable housing. So those usually are with deed restrictions. Student housing, which limits it to affordable housing. We wouldn't allow commercial or industrial zone lots to be used for short-term rentals. We wouldn't allow non-residential areas within buildings, such as storage areas. And some of this stuff I'm sure you guys have seen in other places. We would propose not allowing RVs, non-motorized travel trailers, vans, or cars, which you can do in some places, as short-term rentals in Fairfax. We wouldn't allow teepees, yurts, tents, or tree houses. And we also would not allow ADUs created after January 1st, 2020 to be used for short-term rentals. And there's two reasons for that. And that is because it's already in our Fairfax Municipal Code. That was something the Planning Commission were very strong on, but it's also required by state law. So program requirements, there would be occupancy limits, and the staff report talks about the number of guests per unit. We don't want something where you could rent out a house and have 20, not a party house, 20, 40, reasonable number, limited number of guests per unit. Off-street parking requirements would be 1 for every 4 guests. Hosted versus unhosted stays. So limit the number of days where you have unhosted stays. So that means the idea that for example, I want to go to Paris for 2 weeks and I want to trade houses. I wouldn't have to be here and somebody could be staying here. So we could do something, and I would suggest something like considering something like 180 days. The council might want to do something different where you could have unhosted stays. Registration requirements would be, there's a lot of details in registration requirements. Property details, 24/7 local contact, proof of property inspection, things on the noise ordinance, garbage, recycling, compost instructions. We added that for Renee, not really, but we think that's important. Emergency information about evacuations and how to sign up for alerts. The fees would be an initial registration fee and an annual renewal fee. And we're proposing to keep these really reasonable. If you make them too high, which one of the cities in Marin has done, I think you encourage people to stay underground. So we're suggesting for the first time you register something like $100 and annually $50. They would also be required to get a business license, and for something like that would be about $100 a year. They would have to collect TOT and remit that to the town. And host compliance has really easy ways to do this. Reporting, an annual report to the planning department, not a book, a very simple kind of report about number of days that you rented it out, things like that, but very simple. And audit may or may not be something we want to include. San Rafael audits 5% of the registrations for compliance. So we'll get to our numbers that we have, but that's just something we may want to think about it. Next slide. So enforcement, we would use our existing enforcement procedures for violations and appeals. Post compliance offers a really nice 24/7 complaint line. And then we would propose, and this is what others have done, that the planning director or designee could revoke a registration for these reasons. They weren't collecting TOT, they weren't remitting it, or they were undervaluing what the TOT was. And this is another thing that Kester will talk about, host compliance as a way of looking at that. They had 3 violations over a 2-year period. They misrepresented things on their registration or omitted important information or just omitted information. They tried to transfer the registration, or they did transfer the registration to another person. Next slide. So we got information on the number of existing short-term rentals in Fairfax from host compliance, 75. The average nightly rate is $150, and their estimate of what they call low-end occupancy is 30 days out of the year. So based on that, if you figure our TOT is 10%, this is a conservative estimate based on low-end occupancy, we would estimate we would get about $33,750 a year out of TOT. Not a huge amount of money, but I think one of the things we want to think about is we want to regulate what's already happening here. The annual business license fees, assuming everybody signed up and it was like $100, which is what I pay for my business license for my own business, be $7,500. Annual registration fees, because we're talking about the first time, potentially $100, the second time, and after $50, would range from $3,750 to $7,500. Host compliance is offering us a discount rate. Their annual cost would have been $18,823, but when Michelle and I, our clerk, met with Kester, who's on the line, he said he would ask his manager for a discount of $5,000, and he was able to get that. And this is a reasonable rate for what they do, and you'll hear more about that. And we've compared to some of the other cities in Marin and we are less than the others. We're smaller in a sense, but so this is the rate that they're suggesting to us. Next slide. So we want to hear public feedback. There's a couple things we need to do if we want to proceed with the short-term rental program, because we'd have to revise the zoning code, because right now, the only way you can do it is through a conditional use permit, and we want to we would want to change that. We would direct the Planning Commission to revise the zoning code, and of course, the town attorney would draft that for them. The second step would be to direct our town attorney to draft an ordinance establishing a program similar to others that we have seen that are successful in Marin. And there is a little glitch with TOT. There's some language that makes a potential that it may not apply to short-term rentals as it's written in Fairfax. And I think this is something our town clerk and I want to spend a little more time with our attorney and their tax expert to look into. But it's possible that we would have to wait for a municipal election. Now, one of the things that to change that, to make sure that we're calling out short-term rentals, is this is a general election year, as you all know, so we could put it on the ballot for November, and it wouldn't be very expensive to run such an election because it's general election year. But we're going to evaluate that a little bit more. But as far as we could still go ahead with the other elements of the program, the registration, the license, the business license, and we could work on this piece and get this rolling. And I'm not sure, but based on comments we've received over the last year or so, I think people would be very interested. So the next slide says questions, but we want to wait until we turn it over to Kester to talk a little bit about what host compliance can do for our jurisdiction as they do for so many others. So we'll take questions after Kester's presentation. Thank you.
And I'm going to find Kester in my list here.
I just did.
Oh, there he is. Oh,
Hello.
hey, but you don't, wait, can you hang on, Mayor? Because we need to promote him to panelists. There we go. Okay, Kester, you're going to come up live. I don't know.
Thank you for staying up, Kester.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see if he pops in. There he is. We can see you.
All right. Coming in loud and clear now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to meet with me today. I'm going to give you a basic run through of host compliance, kind of where we fit in with a lot of local governments as they adapt and modernize to the presence of short-term rentals in their community. What we found overwhelmingly looking at data from our existing clients is that when local government implements a short-term rental compliance strategy, typically there's somewhere around a 10% compliance rate from individuals within the community. And typically it doesn't come from an extreme amount of malice, but typically it's not easy to follow rules, or a lot of people just aren't informed of how to engage with the system legally. And for a lot of local governments, when it comes to engaging with those citizens, it can only be made more difficult year over year with the fact that the short-term rental space tends to grow by about 20 to 30% year over year. In the last couple of decades, we've seen the space grow by about 15x since its inception in 2011. And over the course of the last year specifically, we've seen a major change in the makeup and use of short-term rentals. previously, we were watching a lot of people use short-term rentals to visit major metropolitan areas, very densely packed areas. But COVID has kind of changed how people travel and where they want to be. We've found that a lot of people are starting to use short-term rentals to engage in less populated areas, but that's put a lot of stress on local governments to adapt to the fact that your short-term rental population may have doubled over the course of the last year and a half, but you may have the exact same staffing needs. What we want to do is simplify that engagement and compliance to try and drive the best results for both the operators so that they can work within the system or the rules that are established for them, while also making it easy for the local governments to engage with these individuals and identify them. With the change in the trends that we've seen over the course of the last year, we've seen about a 239% increase in complaints around short-term rentals, and trying to ease that neighborhood friction while still allowing this practice tends to be one of the driving factors for searches, for the search for a short-term rental compliance tool. And there can be some impacts on the community, whether it's lost economic opportunities without that appropriate registration or tax collection, diminished neighborhood character from the complaints around short-term rentals that are being owned and operated by less scrupulous owners who might not be so considerate to the impacts on their neighborhoods, as well as an impact on housing affordability, where we're starting to see a larger trend of individuals purchasing multiple homes in a community to convert them to short-term rentals, leaving a short supply for individuals that are looking to live and work in an area. When it comes down to the data for Fairfax specifically, our last scan for active units was run towards the end of December. And at that time, you had about 75 active short-term rental units. And this number tends to fluctuate throughout the course of a year, because you do tend to find there are some individuals that list during the summer, winter, spring, but this snapshot gives you an indication of exactly what's taking place in your community now. And we also have an understanding of the breakdown of the types of revenue that these individuals are generating. Right now, the median nightly rate for your community is around $150 per night. And the majority of these listings are found in single family homes. What we have, I believe, specifically with the desire to seek out owner occupied units, we found that the majority of the owners are listing their entire home, which is typically indicative of them not being present in that home. But this is the type of information that we want to provide as host compliance, which is insight into the activities of the short-term rentals, where they're located, simplifying the process for finding these individuals, and then bringing them into a compliance structure where it's easy to engage as both a host and as a member of the local government. Now, a breakdown of the tools that we offer inside of our package, first and foremost, is our address identification. This is based around being able to easily locate all of the locations that are currently available on short-term rental websites. And we're going to aggregate over 60 short-term rental websites to try and find every available listing and coordinate it to a physical property inside of the community. In addition to that, we have our compliance monitoring service, which is based on letter sending and trying to add some automation into engaging with these individual short-term rental hosts to make them aware of potential violations, the best way to manage the registration, even reminders around their tax compliance. From there, we have our permitting and registration tool to simplify the—
Esther, can I just interrupt you?
Please.
We can't see a presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have just been rambling.
I would think I just well, anyway, it will help gear everybody towards, maybe you could quickly scroll through the other ones that you,
yes, just
so that people can, and we can post this too for folks that are going to ask. I'm glad I interrupted you because I thought.
I am very sorry. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, but can you go back to the first one just and go through the, you don't have to talk, but let people see what you were talking about.
Oh, certainly.
Numbers and all that.
Around 10% of owners in our studies tend to voluntarily comply with an existing short-term rental ordinance, and we found that the short-term rental space tends to grow by about 20 to 30% year over year. That's where I was building in towards that 15x of the size of the space, and this is across global markets, but with the shift in how people are engaging with these short-term rentals, as opposed to visiting strictly major metropolitan areas and starting to visit more less densely populated, but basically places with better views, we've found have been getting a lot more traffic as far as short-term rentals are concerned. But that's led to about a 239% increase in those short-term rental complaints. Now, I posted a map of Fairfax. This is the data that we pulled from the last scan of your community, kind of giving you an understanding of the different websites that individuals in your community are using and the physical locations of the active short-term rentals on our last scan. And okay, this is some of the data that I was speaking about in regards to what we've been able to aggregate as your median nightly rate in the community, the types of homes that are currently being listed as available, as well as the entire home to partial home mix for how these individuals are listing their property, whether it's a room inside of the home that's acting as a mortgage helper, or whether this may be on 94% side, the entire home, which might be more indicative of an investment property for that individual. Now, from host compliance perspective, we offer a series of tools to help you better engage with your short-term rental population. At our core is our address identification, which is based around finding the scanning the short-term rental listing sites, aggregating that data as opposed to vague red circles about where a location could be. We're going to tie that advertisement to a physical property address and the parcel information behind it. So engaging with that owner isn't a game of having to track down and find individual addresses and then find ownership information. It's kind of streamlined to simplify that engagement, that data collection, and even sorting of that data on your end from the address identification standpoint. From there, we step into our compliance monitoring, which is based around letter sending to drive a higher level of compliance for the individuals operating in your system. That first touch, second touch, third touch, to make them aware of the requirements and expectations to operate a short-term rental in the community. From there, we kind of transition into our permitting and registration module, a tool that's meant to give you an online portal where individuals can simply register their short-term rental, submit all of the required documentation, and even pay the permitting cost to have that deposited directly into the city's bank account to simplify that engagement process. Because one of the things that we figured out about engaging with short-term rental operators is that the easier it is for the individual to participate within the rule structure, the more likely they are to do it. And that's why we've tried to build a, I apologize, Stephanie, was that a question?
No, finish your statement.
Oh, no, not a problem at all. By simplifying how the individual engages and manages their compliance from a short-term rental basis, we found that it can drive the overall compliance up, and simplifying aspects that we typically get that low 10% compliance on, such as tax collection, also boost the likely outcome that that individual participating in the system will do so within the bounds of the structure and rules. We've also established the 24/7 hotline. This module is meant to help you better engage with that rise in short-term rental related complaints or community friction around short-term rentals, giving individuals a place 24 hours a day, 7 days a week where they can call in and issue complaints, not necessarily requiring the city to devote individual police resources or code compliance resources to a situation which might be able to be resolved with a simple phone call to a designated property contact inside of our 24/7 monitoring system. And all of this information will be documented and recorded so that the city moving forward can have an understanding of the complaint, the addresses that have received the most complaints, the individuals who've issued complaints, and the complaint type by distribution, to better inform how you might want to update and modify your existing short-term rental compliance policy. And lastly, we have our rental activity monitoring tool, which is based around that auditing and compliance aspect of the tax collection, just to ensure that you have transparency and modeled understanding of what someone may be generating from their short-term rental to make sure that you're collecting the appropriate amount of tax, making it easier on, yet again, both sides for the individuals to submit information and for you to verify the accuracy of that information with decreased staff time, but more than likely increase in individual revenue for each of the short-term rentals that are currently active. Now, that's a brief overview of the aspects of host compliance, and I apologize, Stephanie. I didn't want to forget you there.
Oh, no problem. On the permitting and registration, that you host that, and is that branded? What is that branded experience?
It would actually be based on your, you would be able to choose the visual layout, but it would be linked from your website to our private site to be managed as a payment portal. And the payments themselves.
Okay.
And I think Kester, you also mentioned to us in some information you gave us that the vast majority of the short-term rentals in Fairfax are Airbnb with some Expedia, and then there's a few little odd ones. Is that correct?
Yes. Basically, Airbnb has the largest bit of market share when it comes to representing short-term rentals. But what we've seen is there are smaller, more niche specific sites that have started to gain traction. Some of them have been acquired by groups like Expedia or I apologize, I'm usually sharper than this during the day.
Fair enough.
Norway.
Yeah, exactly. Touche.
Some of them have been acquired by other organizations, but in being acquired, they basically fall under umbrellas. Allow me to pull this up. Like, let's say Airbnb or Expedia or Priceline have purchased many short-term rental listing sites to try to maximize and compete with Airbnb. But what that creates for local governments is the redundancy of having to find all of these individual listings on other sites, make sure that they aren't a copy of an existing listing, and then enforce on the individual that's operating, as opposed to having to apply that much effort across multiple platforms, because realistically, it's difficult to find a lot of local governments that have enough time to thoroughly search Airbnb, much less to search multiple other websites. It gives you a higher degree of compliance, but an ease of use when it comes to finding and identifying individuals, far beyond what the typical method for identification of these units in a lot of communities, which is, well, we look for pictures online and then we drive around town and try to match the pictures to the actual buildings. As far as time efficiency goes, we found that it's significantly more efficient to use host compliance. And
could I ask a quick question while you're on this slide?
Oh, certainly.
Up at the top corner, there's the key there, and it says TripAdvisor owned, Priceline owned, Expedia owned, but then Airbnb, it just says Airbnb. Are there different, forgive me for my ignorance, but are there, do some of these companies actually own the properties, whereas other ones just serve as intermediaries?
At this point in time, well, okay, to be specific, a lot of these companies do not own the individual properties. These are properties that are listed by individuals in your community on these websites. And just for the sake of not creating confusion, what you'll find is that although you have 75 individual unique units, you probably have around 80 some odd listings. So that means that some individuals are listing the same property on multiple websites. So the entire idea is to consolidate that workload into just knowing exactly which physical addresses are active in your community, so that you're saving yourself the effort of the redundancy of searching these different websites to find the individuals.
Yeah.
There's also one thing we just observed looking at this. I know our clerk, Michelle, or my partner, sent you a shape file, but the Oak Manor area is not within incorporated Fairfax, so we'd have to adjust this slightly, but it looks like there's only a few. And just one thing for folks, when we started this a few years ago, I was trying to figure out where the Airbnbs are, and you can't actually get the address unless you rent it. So what Kester was saying, I mean, they have the ability to get this information, which our way of doing it would be either pretend we're renting every one of these to find the addresses, or drive around town and try to match the pictures as he talked about to these sites. So things have evolved so much from when we started this discussion a few years ago, whereas at the time you had to enter into separate agreements with Airbnb. By using host compliant service, you can see how much savings as far as time and actually ability to actually do this is really sort of, I mean, frankly, it kind of blew me away from where we were talking about back in 2017. We were in kind of the dinosaur ages at that time. So we've come a long way. So Kester, did you finish your presentation so people can ask questions?
Oh, certainly. Actually, I mean, I could walk you through just more generalized information, but realistically, I feel as though we've explored a lot of the individual facets of the system as far as its capabilities. But I'm actually open to just kind of taking
Well,
questions.
I mean, if you have more that you think would be good, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that if you have more that you think is important for us to know, we can do those briefly.
Actually, no, I've basically covered all that I was really looking to cover, which is just basically a general understanding of kind of where the marketplace is now. Airbnb being publicly traded nearly, I think somewhere around $70 to $80 billion, has just created a lot of room for other competitors to step into the space. And the COVID-based transition of people feeling less comfortable in hotels and moving towards more individually operated short-term rentals has kind of created a situation where a lot of communities are going to be seeing growth in this short-term rental space. And one of the biggest issues is going to be, how do we reduce the amount of time to drive lawful compliance and operation from these short-term rental units? And we found great effect from communities that implement the host compliance package to address these kind of concerns, even some individuals inside of Marin County. And I'm open and available to questions now on the different aspects of the host compliance system in case there's anything, I believe.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I saw you had your hand up and then it went down. Are you good?
I would also say, Mayor, if people have questions for Michelle or I think we can do that. So maybe we can take the host compliance screen down so we can see things. We can always put it back up. Thank you, Kester, and thanks for staying up so late, but you assured us it was no problem.
Look, I have a late morning tomorrow, so it's all right.
Yeah. Does anyone have questions? I have one, but does anyone? Michael.
So some of my questions kind of rotate around the estimate of 75 units that are out there. We're making an assumption that we might be able to capture that number of units. I'm wondering, I've seen some estimates, just in general out there that that companies own maybe 1/3 of the units that are being rented. Do you have an estimate of what that might be, Catherine?
At this time, I don't have an individual estimate. I'd probably say the best practice for determining ownership of the properties is going to come down to the cross-referencing the assessor records for actual property ownership against the active address records for the at least 75 that you saw on that first slide. Kind of
And
giving
is
you an
that something
opportunity.
Coast Compliance does, or is that something that we do?
We would be able to provide you the addresses, and you would provide us with the parcel information. So we'd be able to line that up to, it kind of serves as the basis for some of our services, like the letter sending aspect of our system is based on taking that true ownership information attached to that parcel and making sure that that individual is receiving the letters.
Okay, second question would be then that you noted that a number of these units are probably 100% rented out. Do you have an idea of what that might be? We're looking at possibly not permitting houses where the host is not present. So is there a percentage of these houses that might be ineligible for being rented out in Fairfax?
I'd say right now, based off of how the listings are structured. Now, I want to make sure that I'm being clear about this. Right now, it appears as though about 90% of the individuals are offering entire home, which means that they will not be present and the home will be available to the individual operating. But what we have seen is individuals change how they go about operating or leasing out their properties after a rule change has been incited. So I can't guarantee what the numbers will be after the fact, but right now it appears as though there's a pretty high number of individuals who are not present on the property while leasing.
And I think one piece of that is what we talked about was the possibility of looking at limiting the number of days of unhosted stays. So if you say, for example, someone always has to be there 180 days of the year, or something of that nature, or 90 days of the year, or 200 days of the year, then you limit the idea of somebody just renting out the whole house. But there are the ideas that a lot of folks do, which is trading houses with somebody if they want to go live in Colorado for 3 months, and they trade houses as a way of doing that. So I think there's things we can unearth with that.
So Barbara, I just want to clarify. I see your hand, Renee. What you're saying is you're not saying that the resident actually has to be on site.
So what you
during the rental period that they've rented it, you're saying they have to be on site for X number of days of the year.
That's if we want. I mean, I would propose that we allow a certain number of days that are unhosted. And that means that the resident wouldn't be there.
Right.
So that, yes. And so, and just to go a little further than that, I looked a lot at Mill Valley's program, and when they, and they actually do theirs by policy. They don't have an ordinance. They're kind of strange. But they had, I read a lot of their testimony by their police chief, and they have very few what are called party houses or complaints about party houses. And I would think they would have a lot more than we would have. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be a huge problem. But anyway, that's why I'm suggesting the idea of unhosted stays, outlining the number of days that we would allow or arrange. And I guess Renee has her hand up, but I hope I didn't go too far.
Thank you.
Yeah, I probably need to listen a little bit more, but what I want to put out there is this idea that one of the things that we're trying to do by regulating this is to preserve our rental stock. So I'm curious, Kester, if you've just, could share your experience and knowing our small town situation, what kind of number of days in terms of max days to rent would set us up for allowing people to have some form of supplemental income, stay in their homes, but also make sure that these short-term rentals are not taking the place of potential rental stock. Did that make sense?
Yes, but it's a little bit of a unique question because that's always community driven. Because the question is, when do you experience your peak season for as far as vacation rentals are concerned? There might be, for some communities, as far as preserving housing stock is concerned, it might be you have your highest volume and most bookings that occur in the summertime, but the other 9 months out of the year, you don't really have a housing issue. But your housing issue might be that you have a lot of summertime staff that also can't afford to live and work in the community, and that's impacting your businesses. And that is a situation that I've seen. What I would say is, some of the time it can help if you create a cap on the number of active units or the number of active permits per year. Days can kind of be possibly based around maybe those peak and valley seasons where it might make the most sense to have the most available housing at those times.
Yeah,
I think looking at, I just want to interrupt. So I'm not sure that this is exactly a question for Kester. San Rafael, I believe, has number of unhosted stays as 180 days. So we might want to look at that more carefully on what makes sense for us to do.
Okay.
And I think Kester's sharing his experience through the business, but which I think is really good information. But we also want to remember when this started, one lady came to us wanting to pay TOT, and we had folks at that time calling in saying they wanted to be able to rent out rooms or several rooms or even potentially their whole house for a little while so they could have some income, so they could stay in their homes.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so forgive me, just wanted to understand. So we're not talking about ADUs here, correct?
It could be an ADU under Fairfax Municipal Code. It says anything created after January 1st, 2020, it cannot be an ADU.
Okay.
But before that time, it could be, and that's also in state law.
Right, so I understand. So Kester, sorry if I misdirected my question and put you in that spot, but Barbara, if you could answer then. If we're doing Airbnb or short-term rentals in an ADU, and we have 180 days of non-hosted, or we even have anything more than 30 days, how are we not affecting potential renters of those properties that would be a long-term renter? Someone who we might house who works in the community. That's been my question all along. And so the days, and then how do we reconcile that?
Well, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. And that would be, look at the numbers that Kester came out with. Now that's in the winter and we're in COVID. Even if the numbers got larger, which they probably will as we get closer to spring and summer, let's say we have 150 or 100. There's a lot of folks that live in town that are living on fixed incomes. So by their ability to rent out their ADU or rent out their home and move into their ADU, they could provide some income. So we're trying to strike this balance. It's not perfect. But the other thing that, and I don't really have a great answer for you, but I think there's also the idea of these things are happening anyway, they're underground. And what you see is some of the cities who ban them, and that's their right to do so. are they really there anyway? Or are they spending, Adam told me in Sausalito, there were a couple of council members who proposed to regulate the program, but the council decided to prohibit them. And I believe he told me that they're spending $150,000 a year enforcing a ban. So there's kind of a balance here of, we want to make sure we don't drive people underground, which they're already happening. Is it reasonable? One of the things Kester suggested was the idea of perhaps you say no more than 100, but you want to be careful. If you say no more than 100, are we driving people underground? If it started getting excessive, let's say we didn't have something like that, and host compliance is coming to us saying, oh my God, you have 500, or you have 300, or you have 200. We might say, wait a minute, we need to ratchet this program back and revise it and say, no, we can't have that many. So, but one of the ideas of the people being a permanent resident is we're preventing the idea, permanent resident of that home as the owner, is we're preventing the idea of an LLC or a business just buying up houses to rent out for short-term rentals, which happens in places, right? So it's not perfect. Does that help?
Yeah, definitely helps, but it does lead to a conversation that I think we should have once everybody's had a chance to speak and the public have spoken.
Okay, I see Vice Mayor, and then I see you, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a quick question about this, and it might be something that Kester can help out with, I'm not sure, but the use of the address aggregation platform. You know, we're talking about, like, say the fees are too high or something, and so that drives people underground, and they stay on the illegal market or something. Are there cases, Kester, of municipalities using host compliance and the actual engagement function or platform that y'all have to sort of assess like financial penalties? I guess I'm trying to, and the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to get a sense, like, if people are going to go and do this anyway, and we don't have the capacity to enforce whether or not somebody's, you know, doing these short-term rentals legally or illegally, I'm wondering what the, you know, what the financial bit is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, certainly. That's not an uncommon approach. Basically assessing a per day fine. We have the ability within our system to tell when an individual first listed their property online, if the listing was modified or adjusted in any way, and if it was removed. So you can usually actually tabulate that pretty well. Okay, on the low end, I've seen like maybe a couple of dollars per day. The highest I've ever seen is $1,000 per day for every day of the illegal operation. So it can really range depending on which community you're speaking to. But the entire idea of tracking and capping, identifying individuals that are non-compliant operators, that's one of the most basic functions of our address identification, because that is usually what is driving communities, either a desire to lawfully bring people into the umbrella of legal activities or to identify the individuals who are refusing to comply with the existing limitations.
And so just to clarify, the platform would help a municipality to overcome the sort of burden of additional staff time that would be necessary to keep track of the non-compliance and to communicate or to actually seek some sort of, you know, recompense for that non-compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, we would definitely be able to help you identify the individuals that are non-compliant. We can actually, the map I showed you earlier was based on which individual providers were active. We can actually coordinate that map based on your zoning to show you non-compliant individuals or individuals who are operating without a permit, kind of making them red dots, and all of the compliant individuals can show up as green dots, kind of even down to a visual level, simplifying who's compliant, who's not compliant.
I'm sorry, Michael, I will get to you, but this is relevant to the discussion. One of the elements you're proposing, Barbara, is that the owner on an annual basis provides their activity at the time of renewal, right? And and it sounds like the reporting is sophisticated enough that you could cross-reference and make sure that it's accurate, right? That they're not.
Yeah, so we're proposing just a very brief report, but I don't think Kester had time to really go into what they can monitor. They can monitor if people are saying they're renting 1 day and they're actually doing 20 days. So they're lowballing you on the TOT. They can monitor if people are renting, at a $300 a day rate, but they tell you it's $150. They can monitor if they haven't registered. So there's a lot, and really the report, we debated about even asking for the report because host compliance has a nice dashboard, but we think it's incumbent if people are going to register with us to prepare a very simple report that says how many people, how many days did they rent, what was the rate. I think it's very simple on the staff report, and then they kind of attest that this is true and correct. So they have to make an affirmative statement that they're doing what we asked. And I think host compliance ability to do the check-ins and provide the data, like he explained to Vice Mayor Catrano, will help us sort of validate, are we having people that are truly doing the right thing? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. I mean, it seems to me that at the time of renewal, we should pull a report and cross-reference it to what they're providing,
And what we're proposing is they submit the report by January 10th. We could make it a little later because we'd probably want to have them register, within a certain number of days in January. So maybe they submit the report after that or before that. But those are details that we could work out in a policy that would go with the ordinance.
Right. Michael?
Michael's on the phone.
He had to take a phone call. Okay. Sorry. All right. Are we ready for public comment? Any more questions?
I have one more question for Barbara. I don't know on the back end of these different rental sites what reports that individual renters or short-term renters can pull for the hosts, I should be saying, the hosts of these properties. But I guess I'm wondering if it's difficult or if it's onerous to be asking some of these folks to produce. Like, do we think it's practical that they're going to be annually producing this if it's somebody on a fixed income and they're aging in place and they're just trying to make a little extra money? Is this really a practical thing to have them produce every year, or do the short-term rental websites produce, or are they able to produce those things through those websites?
Well, Kester might be able to tell it because I've never done it. So I know that I've been a short-term rental person, but I would say all we're talking about reporting is the number of days they've rented, the average amount charged per day, and the rental income generated for the period. But Kester, can you tell us if that's something that, if I'm an Airbnb person, do I get something every month from Airbnb or once a year? What do you get? Do you know?
Yes, inside of Airbnb, there's something called, I believe it's a user portal, which is basically on the back end. You get all of the information about revenue that you've generated as an individual host for the year. And that's where within our system, you have the ability to individually self-report in our tax system, how much revenue you've generated and how many days you had occupied. And then in our rental activity monitoring system, you have the ability to create low end and high end estimates for what an individual had generated throughout the course of a year. And you can ask the individual to collect their back end or their financial report from their rental listing website. And you can compare that against what they self-reported in their taxation, kind of giving you an opportunity to catch discrepancies in between what that individual has self-reported to you and what the back end shows their true amount of aggregate revenue was for the year.
Okay, thank you. And Michael, did you want to chime in with a question? Or are you okay?
Looks like he's out.
All right.
Might still be on the phone.
I'm going to open it up for public comment. I see former Mayor Frank Egger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Frank Egger, Medaway. In the 1990s, Fairfax voters approved a transit occupancy tax of 10% on hotels. It was on the ballot. What's interesting is the definition of hotel in the current codes. Hotel, any structure or any portion of any structure which is occupied or intended or designed for occupancy by hotel users for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes, and includes any hotel, inn, bed and breakfast inn, tourist home or house, motel, mobile home, or other lodging. It's clear just reading this section of current codes, short-term rentals fall under that definition. It's a first in our favor. I'm sorry, I'd say in the town's favor. There's a First District Court of Appeals decision. It was a published decision that requires short-term rental companies to report all short-term rental incomes and the taxes they've collected to any county or city in California regarding short-term rentals. So we've got the courts, Fairfax has the courts on its side in trying to determine, just how many short-term rentals are out there, how much those folks have paid for their short-term rental. There are literally hundreds of these short-term rental companies like Airbnb, Home Away, Vacation Homes by Owner, VRBOs is that one, Vacasa, Expedia, just go on and on and on. And there are well more than 75 Airbnb type short-term rentals at Fairfax. There's one 12-unit building here in town, apartment building, that has 4 short-term rental units in it, just one building. A new twist to short-term rentals is Picasso. And Picasso is a timeshare issue with 8 owners. Fairfax needs to take a look at the impact of Picasso on our housing also, and timeshares, and should timeshares be included in the short-term rentals. I'm sure you've seen or heard the advertisements, John buys houses, any kind. This is a corporate move to buy single-family homes. It's not somebody named John. It's a corporation buying, but it's not some guy named John buying a couple of houses. It's corporations who understand fully the opportunities they have under SB 9. Monthly rentals are also exempt, and so the regular person who rents a home by the month, they're exempt from these short-term rentals. At least we'll know how many affordable housing units we've lost to short-term rentals at Fairfax. I guess that's one of the pluses of what you're doing now. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak on this topic? Okay, I'm closing the public comment. bringing it back to the council for discussion. Given the hour, I'd really like to keep this brief.
Well,
We still have another item, so if you could focus with your comments being succinct, I would appreciate it. And I know the public would as well. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Ackerman.
yeah, I will be very succinct and say that I really think this is well done. And I very much appreciate, Barbara, your work on it and Michelle's as well. I really think we can always change this, but I think you've got it in pretty good shape. I would suggest that the reporting deadline be more like maybe January 15th rather than 10th. That does seem a little quick right after the holidays to have to get the report out, but it's a pretty simple report, it sounds like. I do definitely support the idea of having the report because the alternative is just do what you want and see whether we can catch you. And I think it's better to just say, tell us the truth and we'll find out if you're not. And as Renee mentioned, the most important thing for me, I'm really glad that we're getting to this. And I was listening when the 2017 discussion happened, even though I wasn't on council at the time. But what I heard at that time was that members of the public said, yes, we'll pay TOT. We're fine with being regulated. Don't tell us we can't do this because it's how we stay in our house. But I think that your focus in this has been to what my focus would be, which is to try to deal with the corporate owned, absentee owned houses that are permanent year-round short-term rentals, because they become party houses, but more importantly, because they just take that house away from our community. Here we are trying to figure out how we can house people, and we have houses being stolen from us and used as hotels. So it's not about collecting the tax, and it's less about the party house even than it is about just getting our housing back. So I think you've done a pretty good job of compromising on this. We can adjust it as we go, but I think the goal is to try to allow reasonable things like what, the Airbnb concept sounded reasonable when it first came along. Oh, provide a platform that allows me to go on vacation and I can, trade houses to somebody. That sounds like a wonderful concept, but then it mutates into something completely different. So we're trying to rein it in. So yeah, I just support it.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? You ready to make a motion? I'm trying to keep us not being here at 2 a.m. And Kester is up at almost 3 a.m. right now. Okay, Vice Mayor Catrano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I generally am supportive. I am still concerned about the idea that it becomes more lucrative to rent out your home to people that are coming in and out of the community for a temporary period of time, or renting out a portion of your home versus to people who live in the area or young people who want a place to stay in the area. I'm thinking of people in my friend group or people in my community that have to move further and further away from their home in Fairfax because it's harder and harder to find a room to rent. And that's really one of the only ways we can live in Fairfax still, because living in a one-bedroom apartment by ourselves is also is becoming less and less feasible. So I am really concerned still. I think I want to support and take advantage of the transit occupancy tax that we've neglected for a long time. But I want to keep an eye on it. And I also wanted to bring up I think host compliance is great. I've spoken to colleagues at other communities that use host compliance, and that sounds great. I don't know what the alternatives are and what the pricing is for those alternatives, which I'm interested in, but I've heard great things about host compliance. One thing I was going to ask Councilmember Kohler, in continuing to noodle little pieces of this, when I was looking around at other communities, not only did they have a bit of a higher fee, registration fee, I guess, or application fee at the start, but they also had processing fees as well as enforcement fees that they had tacked on that were very marginal, but end up internalizing some of the actual like real costs of staff engagement on this as well. And I didn't know if you looked at the way that other folks had structured that throughout Marin, or
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So the way other folks have structured it is registration fees. Not all are asking for business licenses, and that's pretty much it. The one community I looked at in Marin that has fees that are there's no processing fees. I don't know what we'd be processing, because all of this would go strictly through host compliance's portal. There's not, and one of the things you have to think about is you can't have fees that are way over what your costs are. So you have to think about that. But basically we'd be getting a business license, which, like I say, would be $100 based on, there are different levels of business license. That would be $100 every year. The registration fee of $100 the first time, and $50. I believe Mill Valley does much less than that. But I think we really have to strike that balance. So I don't think processing or enforcement fees are really necessary at this point. If there was a need to do enforcement, now remember, we would get information from host compliance that would give us enough information to find out if we were really dealing with somebody who was, lowballing us or whatever. We would get that information, and we would hear more through their 24/7 complaint line. But where people were just operating without being part of the system, and somebody came in and just bought a house, and they didn't, wasn't a permanent resident, they just rented it out, party house, 40 people, 100 people, that kind of thing, we would use our regular enforcement and go for penalties. So I don't, everything I've looked at, and I spent a lot of time looking at San Rafael, Nevado's, I even looked at Sausalito's contemplated plan and Mill Valley's, and I think ours is reasonable to cover our costs to host compliance, to cover, there would be some staff time, but not an inordinate amount of staff time. We don't have to change our software. It's just a link to their portals for the payments and such. So I think our costs would be relatively minimal, and Michelle and I will further discuss with our attorney how hotel is defined, and if we feel that it works or we do have to go to an election. My view is, I think it's fairly broad, the definition, but I'm not a lawyer. And so I think our costs are reasonable, and once we collect TOT, we would be adding to our TOT, which right now is about 50,000 or 55,000 from our little place near Max. So I hope that answered your question, but nobody has those additional fees.
Well, actually, the first person I called were some of my colleagues that are administrators with the city of Berkeley, and they directed me to those fees. And so that was where it came from, was just that I don't know what their agreement is with host compliance, but I don't know, and I don't think they do the business permits. but there were just different ways of structuring it to incorporate that. Because I mean, even in the one that's brought to us tonight, it's the planning director that would have to do. I mean, it's the existing enforcement mechanisms, which is like Mark Lockaby and Ben.
So wait a minute. So the information that we talked about of the way that you could revoke it is information that you could get through host compliance. It's not anything you'd have to go out there and pound the pavement to find that information. When we talked about how to revoke it, that's information we could get through host compliance.
Right, but that's something that a staff member has to do all this stuff.
Well, you basically just revoke the registration. I mean, you're not. So I think Berkeley, even though, you know, they're very forthcoming and very progressive, I don't see Berkeley as being a really good example for the kinds of things that we would be dealing with. I'm sure they are dealing with party houses and hundreds of cars parked, you know, up in the hills. I don't think we would have that. But one thing I just want to say is that, let's say we do this and then we find, oh my God, it's out of control. There's more than what we thought, or they're doing things off the rails. We could always revise our program.
Right.
And just to say that Mill Valley has really been the first. They've had their program since about 2017. And I've read through their testimony from their police chief. They have not had a lot of problems. And they were one of the very first in Marin, if not the first, to enter into an agreement with host compliance. So I think we always have the option of revising, but based on our peers in Marin, who's probably more similar to us, there hasn't been a lot of problems. So I think we could go into this, you know, and see where we are, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think I just, you know, looked beyond Marin because I had noticed that Marin was a case study from host compliance, from their CEO, in memos to other communities saying what not to do in Mill Valley specifically, or in Tiburon. And so I don't, you know, again, it's, you know, Marin is a nexus, but it doesn't necessarily have everything figured out all the time. And it's not necessarily like the best case in every example. And there might
No,
be.
absolutely. I agree with you, and Tiburon prohibits them. So, but Mill Valley has evolved their program over time. And frankly, I'm not sure why they don't have an ordinance. I kept trying to get their ordinance, and they just have policies. So that may be one of the reasons why theirs is a little convoluted. But I think it's working pretty well now. But remember, they started in 2017 when there wasn't a whole lot of activity of regulating these things. But I don't mean to disagree with you.
No, it's fine. Thank you for answering to the best of your ability some of my questions. And yeah, just I look forward to seeing this evolve, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you for everything you've done on it.
And Michelle, my partner.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, one thing I haven't heard addressed at all is this, the number of days, max days, and talking about the whole ADU thing, because I would wonder if you guys would be amenable to having a longer discussion at some point as this evolves about whether we include ADUs at all. I know that it would be much more likely if you had an ADU to hold it to have, to use as a short-term rental, than having it in your main house where, there were residency requirements and things like that. I really do worry about opening up our ADUs to short-term rentals, which they're already being used as.
Well, I just want to share one thing. I have a friend who's been doing short-term rentals in San Rafael for a number of years for income for her ADU. And she finally just rented it out because she said it was just too much of a pain with the cleaning and always having to have fresh sheets. And
I understand. Barbara, I just think.
Anyway, I'm just pointing that out. That's just an anecdotal thing.
It's just that, you know, a lot of people have kids coming back and staying part-time, and you know, that's a good thing to be able to have space for that if it's a good thing. But the rest of the time they are able to rent it out as an ADU. I mean, as a short-term rental, should they choose. If you all think just that.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable dictating what people can and can't do. I mean, you know, and
you mean time-wise, like, do you put a max number of days?
I thought you were going down the path of disqualifying ADUs.
No, I'm not proposing it, but I am concerned about not having addressed fully the loss of rental property, which has been such a major focus here.
Sure.
You know, we'd be remiss to not have that conversation. I know it's almost midnight, so I'm not trying to harp on it, but we haven't really addressed it.
But just one quick thing is just there's also the idea that a lot of people are building ADUs to get more floor area ratio for their houses because they're easier to do now because you do them by right. If some of those, and they're not using all that space. So if I wouldn't be supportive of totally eliminating them. But I think we need to think about these things. But I would like us to really say, let's go forward with this. Let's not noodle this to death like we do everything that we do. And we could always revisit it, you know, in a year, see how it's going, or 9 months, see how it's going, and say, did we really goof up? I don't think we're going to goof up.
Okay, so one other question I have is, or want to actually understand financially, when we're talking about host compliance, and you said it's $13,800 annually, and they're giving us a $5,000 discount, so it would have been 18. And according to Kester, if I understood correctly, that generally in the beginning of a program, you've got about 10% participation. And he may have said 10 to 20. So that really limits our number of existing STRs if we wanted them to actually.
No, let me just interrupt you. He said that was when a government does it. Kester, maybe you could explain that.
Okay.
That 10% number comes from when a community establishes a short-term rental ordinance. What we found is without a compliance system in place to manage and track, like let's say your community. If you had started registration last year based on your current numbers, you might have 8 units registered. And as far as you can tell, there might be more online. We usually the conversation goes, we can see some units online, but we have about 8 registered. We think that's most of them. And it's like, no, when we do the full scan, it appears as though you have 80 units active in your community. So you were missing probably 70. So then host compliance comes in to help clear that gap and get you to 100. But yes, there is always that escalation of building up from 0 to your 100%. But we found that communities that don't have a tool in place tend to remain around 10%, on the good end closer to 50. And it's always about clearing that gap and trying to get as close as possible to 100 for a lot of the communities that we work with.
Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that we would be able to afford to have a platform. And it sounds like an excellent platform based on how long it would take us to grow the program to have enough participation to make the numbers work. So I'm just putting that out there as a thing to consider, although it's an investment in the future. So I'm amenable to that.
Bruce, you have.
Yeah, sorry to come back for a second bite, but this is an interesting conversation. I think I could try to maybe summarize what I'm hearing Renee say, and I agree with it, which is that what we're trying to do more than anything else, or at least one of the main things we're trying to do, is to actually modify behavior in certain ways. And so the question is, It's not just we're trying to get some tax revenue. We're trying to actually fix something broken in the community. So the question is, what's broken and how can we fix it? And you mentioned ADUs, but if you're talking about somebody whose kids come home from school and they use the ADU, that is a good thing for the community. It's a good thing for the parents. It's a good thing for the kids. And then if they rent it out the rest of the year, well, that gives them some income. That's not necessarily a terrible thing because they wouldn't necessarily rent that ADU out all year round to someone else because then they wouldn't be able to have their kids there. So it's sort of a way to fit it in and make use of it. Another behavior that I would like to get rid of is, for example, a corporation or an absentee landlord just owning a place and renting it all year round. So it's late and I'm trying to find it in the document here. Barbara, you can help me. You had a suggested number of days. I think it was 180 days, half of the year.
Okay, so that it's not in the document. I'm just suggesting based on my recollection of what San Rafael did, is they had a number like 180 days of unhosted stays.
Yeah.
But remember, we're asking people to be permanent residents that register. So it can't be an LLC. It can't be a business.
I understand that. Yeah. Then I just, wherever I read that 180 days before this meeting, it did strike me as being maybe a little bit high, but one possible way to get around that would be if there were, and maybe this is a tweak for later on, because I'd like to just pass this tonight and get it in place, because I think we will learn a lot by seeing it operate, and that'll inform our next discussion about it. So I like the idea of just moving on with it, and I don't see, I think there's community support for it, although there's nobody up this late tonight, but the last time we heard from people, it sounded like there was support for it. So I think we should just do it. But the one, I don't know exactly how to do this or whether it's practical, but in terms of the behavior I would like to see, I think it would be fine if somebody wanted to leave town for even a year and trade houses with somebody, but not that they do that every year. And so some sort of way that someone could apply for a variance and say, you know, this 1 year we want to do this more, but we're not going to do it otherwise, you know, might be a way to lower that number, but yet still make it practical for somebody to do that trip of a lifetime and go to Australia for a year.
So I would suggest this, Bruce. What you're talking about is something that I think is kind of down the road.
Mhm.
I would suggest that we go forth and give the direction.
I haven't made
I
any
know-
comments yet.
Yeah, but I and also can say host compliance. But go
Yeah.
ahead, Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Chester, I think we're ready for you. I really appreciate your time this evening, and you're probably so ready to hit
Yeah.
the
Thank you,
sack.
Chester.
Thank
Well,
you.
maybe he wants to hang out to hear the end.
Yeah,
You're
you're
welcome
welcome to
to.
stay,
Yeah.
but Barbara, I think you did strike the right balance here. I think it's, I am personally aware of this happening up and down my street. Like it just makes a lot of sense to do this. And like I said, I think you did strike the right balance. So I appreciate your time and energy on this, as well as Michelle's. And I like all the recommendations, honestly, and I think we should move forward.
Okay, well, I would suggest, thank you, Mayor, that we, rather than trying to noodle all these kind of details that I think, like Bruce says, we need to see this thing operate, is why don't we give the direction as proposed, which is.
Barbara, I'm sorry, I'm not quite there yet because you're going to jump in, and we haven't talked about max days. Are we
It's
just
gonna come back to us, right? This is just direction to staff.
Well, but it's going to come back, but I think that it needs to go to staff with a recommendation of maximum numbers of days. I don't know why I'm the only one really concerned.
Renee, we're not talking about that right now. It's 10 after midnight. We still have another agenda item. We're not going down the rabbit hole of number of days right now.
Well,
So we
but
can let
what's-
staff and Barbara come back with a recommendation and we can noodle on it
Yeah,
then.
because Michelle and I can look at that more. I agree with the mayor. Let's, we'd be picking something out of a hat, and I think we'd be talking about it for the next hour.
That's fine. So then I would like to direct, if this is what I have the opportunity to do here, is to direct you guys to come back with recommendations for number of days, having analyzed what ramifications that has on our rental stock, and also the ADU question.
Okay, let's do this.
Now, then I'll just abstain.
Can I just interrupt? We're not going to have the ability to do an analysis of the number of days and how that affects rental stock. Let's be realistic. I think we can look into what others have done as far as number of days in Marin, if there's a limit. And I would suggest that we go forward with the direction to the Planning Commission for the rezone, or removing the CUP requirement. And I also suggest that we go forward with the direction to the town attorney to start drafting the ordinance. I don't think we should make this another long discussion. We can have various options in that ordinance for time limits, and we can provide that information when the ordinance is available as to what we have found. But don't expect that there's going to be some analysis that would say, oh, if you do 30 days, then you don't lose this much rental stock. That's not feasible. So I think we
Is
should look
it
into
possible, and
We
this
can
is
pivot
kind
if
of,
it's not. What's that? Oh, you're starting to freeze up, Bruce. You might want to turn off your camera.
I think he has frozen up. And I guess the last piece is that we direct, that ultimately when we do finalize things, that we work with host compliance.
Okay, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Do we need a
Or do we not
motion?
need one?
Just direction.
I think
Okay.
it's just direction, correct, Michelle? Is Michelle there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi. Staff needs direction if you want us to have the town attorney draft an ordinance to be taken to the planning commission.
For the zoning only.
The zoning, to allow the residential zone to have this be a permitted use without a need for a conditional use permit. That's one ordinance.
If I may.
That would, oh yeah, and here's Janet. Let's listen.
I can,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you were probably going to do it, Michelle, but I was just going to say that there are two ordinances here. There's one to change the zoning, and there's one to put in with the business revenue generation area. And that's where we'll put the one that talks about short-term rentals and all of that. The getting rid of the conditional use permit is changing the zoning, and that's what goes to the planning commission. The business one doesn't go to the planning commission. It's very much like the two-step thing we did with cannabis, if you recall. And so that's what we need. Now, I also need to look at the TOT.
And that's one thing that would be the other direction. And I would hope that our clerk and I can meet with you and your tax expert to further explore this, but you should look into it, and then we should further explore it.
Okay.
So
Okay,
are we done?
I think so. Moving on to item 15. Discuss and consider council board and committee assignments for 2022.
Thank you, Kester. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Kester.
Thanks,
Thank you, Kester.
Mayor, do we have to waive the 11:30 rule in order to?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That's what I was going to say next. Yes,
Okay.
we do.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And so moved.
I'll second that.
Okay. Council Member Goddard.
Bruce's internet is down. He's gonna try to come back.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let me put that down. Sorry, motions. Yes. I'm just watching for Bruce to come back in. Okay. Ayes, Councilmember Goddard, yes. Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And I'm going to put Councilmember Ackerman as absent.
Okay.
Motion passes. Okay. Would you like me to give the staff report on the last item, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me find that. So, yes, this is your annual decision around the boards and commissions or committees, I should say, and various JPAs around the county that you all serve on. Each year in January, you review your assignments and you decide whether you want to make changes or eliminate any. And this year is sort of a quieter year because there are no new council members this year. So you might not want to make any changes, but this is your opportunity to do whatever you like. I can pull up, I prepared a draft list of assignments for 2022 just based on last year's. And there are several positions that are just for the mayor and vice mayor. So I put in our new vice mayor and mayor. I added those to your lists and I can pull that up on the screen if it makes it easier. And I wanted to add that I did revise the list after it was published in the packet just to remove an ad hoc subcommittee that is no longer active, and that is the Cascade Drive Striping Ad Hoc Committee. That project was finished, and I don't think that exists anymore.
Can I tell you about one of mine that doesn't exist anymore either?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry I didn't do before. Marin County Assessment of Fair Housing Committee.
Oh.
It's, I checked to make sure it didn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore.
It doesn't exist. Okay.
And Michelle, Vice Mayor Cutrano and I are on the MCCMC water. Oh, I see the water policy thing. No, never mind. I see
You did? Okay, great.
Michelle, the Sir Francis Drake Ad Hoc Working Group doesn't exist anymore either.
It doesn't. Okay, I didn't know that either. Let me find that. And was that you and Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Yeah, so let me just cross those off. Okay, got it. Are there any others? I wonder if Councilmember Ackerman, if someone could text him and invite him to call in by telephone if his internet's not working. Because maybe the town manager would do that while we're here. So Mayor, if you know, it's at the discretion of the council how you want to do this. If you want to open it up for moving people around, or if you're okay with it as is, or.
I'm trying to text Bruce the phone number, but I don't see it on my, hold on a sec.
Oh.
I don't know if he's gonna have it handy, so I just want to give it to
Oh,
him.
let me grab the agenda. Where's the agenda?
Oh.
It is
see it on
669 900 9128.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
669
Yeah.
900 9128. But he has to use the webinar ID off the agenda. Can I give you that too?
Yeah.
896 3178 4147.
Okay, give it a minute.
Okay. So usually the mayor would sort of facilitate the discussion if you want to ask the council.
I'm just waiting for Bruce to call in.
Oh, I see.
I know that's my job.
Oh, good. Phew. No, I just was wondering.
Maybe maybe we could just start.
Sure. Does anybody have anything?
I'll start. I'm good where I'm at, and I'm great where everybody else is at.
I'm good where I'm at, and I'm great where everybody else is at.
Same.
I'm good where I'm at, and I'm great with where everybody else is at.
Always
I doubt,
There's something that says call in user 1 on the attendees. Could that?
Oh, here he is. That must be him. Thank you.
Is that Bruce?
Yep. Well, I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Bruce.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi,
Yeah.
we're on the topic of committees.
I heard. I was listening. I was waiting for you to hear me. I've been texting you. I'm good where I'm at, and I'm good where everyone else is at.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so does this require action?
No, you've all agreed to make no changes, so you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Okay, so motion to adjourn, or?
No, I want to talk about future agenda items. Unless anybody has brief announcement on their reports or the town manager. Do you have anything for your report? Anything to report?
Just three very quick things. We had a successful recruitment with the Climate Action Coordinator. We're in background now. And that person, if background is successful, will start on February 14th. Once background's cleared, we will make a public announcement and share that with the community. Public Works recruitment is still underway, and we'll give you an update as soon as we have more information. I'll be working with Heather Rensler with Ralph Anderson Associates to continue that search. And then last, the Sir Francis Drake emergency work that has been taking shape out there is coming. The temporary fix is coming to an end. We hope to have the sidewalks paved by the end of this week, and the chain link fence that keeps people from falling over the side up no later than Monday. So that temporary fix is coming to an end. So just wanted to provide those updates at this late hour.
Thank you. On the topic of future agenda items, does anyone have any future agenda items?
Not here.
Okay, I'm looking for my list.
Do we have that? I didn't see a forecast in the staff report, which we usually do get. Is that right? In terms of the forecast a few months out? I didn't
think
see
it's
that.
usually at the bottom of the yeah, usually there's a link there.
Is there no link on the website to it?
Oh, there might be on the website. I didn't see it in the staff.
Not on the agenda.
Let me share my screen with that. Sorry, I by mistake closed my files.
Bruce, I'm having some difficulty with my email right now. And we had, on the Climate Action Committee meeting this week, we had talked about a few things that I want to make sure we raised here. And I'm just, so tired that it's not coming to me. Do you remember?
My notes there. Well, no, I really.
So what about this? We're meeting in a couple weeks. Do we?
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be on that agenda because I think we have something pretty big on that. So could you be ready for that?
Do we always have this do we have it on special at the end of the special meetings as well?
It's not a special meeting February 2nd. It's a regular meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have regular meeting. I have it up on the screen if.
Aren't we also having the appeal of the other thing?
Yeah, and this appeal is not happening. That's been canceled due to.
On the 26th, it's been canceled. It's going to be
Correct. There is nothing on the 26th. It will be on the February.
February 2nd is going to be a pretty crowded meeting.
And the electric or the EV infrastructure discussion is moved to the 2nd. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. This is the agenda forecast that came with the packet. I don't have easy access to the other one at this moment.
Well, and I think that was related. We wanted to maybe co-join a discussion about the EV ordinance, right, Bruce?
About, I didn't quite catch you. What?
An EV ordinance for the
town. The Climate Action Committee voted last night to bring the recommendation to council for this, and so for an ordinance regarding you're talking about a different thing. The Climate Action Committee voted last night to bring a recommendation to council about an ordinance about the use of phasing in the prohibition of the use of gasoline-powered lawn equipment.
Yeah, we have that on the list already. At least I've raised it last month. I thought we talked about the EV ordinance that we modeled after San Anselmo for the town's fleet.
Oh, yeah. There's certainly interest among some people on the Climate Action Committee to bring that. I don't know when that might be, but yeah, that's something that CAC keeps asking about is how are we doing on bringing that up? They want us to talk about it. I can't imagine us talking about it on the 2nd, though. We've just got too full a meeting. But yeah, that's something that there's definitely interest in us taking it up.
Okay. I mean, I just thought it was relevant to the other EV topic, and we can discuss like, hey, there's full commitment here among staff and in the town that maybe an ordinance isn't necessary. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, if I can just weigh in, the EV update is on the agenda. It's a business item. To your request there, I don't think it's a problem bringing it up during the discussion because we're kind of talking of a phased approach in terms of a larger picture. And I know that Councilmember Ackerman and I talked about the electrification of the whole City Hall complex here, which is years out, as we kind of look at the pavilion and the corporation yard in town. So we can have the on the list a future ordinance on gas fueled vehicles, but it won't be something we'll bring for council's consideration on the 2nd. I think we're really just talking about phase 1 of this effort, and an ordinance, which is a good idea, can be something included in secondary discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. And following my discussion with you today, Adam, I had a quite long and very productive discussion with Jonathan, and he indicated to me, I'm sure you're aware of this as well, that he intends to have a staff report to us on council on February 2nd that'll talk about some of the things that he's working on and that he hopes future public works directors will continue. And so that, I think, might be a good platform for us seeing that bigger picture that you referred to.
Okay,
As far as chargers is only one part of it, but the chargers and the electrification of buildings. But the part of the EV situation is chargers, and he's got some really interesting things going that are moving pretty quickly.
looking forward to hearing more about that. Okay, anybody else?
So
Anything?
that'll just be a report. We'll have time for that because that could just be a report that we receive, but that'll inform our thinking.
The only
Okay.
thing I wanted to bring up real quickly, Mayor, which we brought up at our agenda setting meeting, but it was the Open Space Committee sent a letter to the town council and to the planning commission about town-owned properties that are miszoned. And that hasn't formally been looped into any housing element process or formal discussion at the town council, but I just wanted to raise it here.
Okay, shoot, maybe we should have mentioned it during the earlier agenda item.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I also
Basically, the
noticed?
way state law, if you want to downzone something, you have to upzone something else.
It's in their letter. It's in their letter too. Yeah, they make a recommendation. They have a series of bullet points. Hopefully we could just have that circled to council, their letter, because I don't think that's been done yet. I think that only went to Ben and Adam and Michelle maybe. But yeah, they bring it up. They bring up all the stuff, that stuff, Barbara.
Okay, good.
Thank you for raising that, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. That triggers me to say something that occurred to me in our last discussion, which about the short-term rentals, which is to maybe through Adam or one of us could talk with Andy about it, but it might possibly be have an effect on our RENA numbers if Andy was aware of our efforts to try to work on this short-term rental thing. I mean, if we can achieve what we want to avoid corporate uses of houses all year round, and maybe they get back on the rental market. I don't know if there's any way to measure that, but anyway, I think it should be mentioned to Andy at some point. Possible number RENA bump that we could get that way.
Okay, I think we're ready to adjourn.
Yeah.
Were you going to adjourn in memory?
You know, we're gonna do something different, and I got the blessing of Mr. Felicio on
Great,
that.
thank you.
Yeah.
So we're ready to adjourn, Mayor?
We're ready to adjourn. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, everyone.